Woo. All right. Hi. This is The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess Any Percent. I'm DTail74. With me on the couch I have
Valyssa.
KillerChair, hi.
Blastermak, hello.
And I'm going to quickly go through the file name prompts here. And when I press A on this screen, it will be go time. So I will count down from 3, 2, 1, go. So right off the bat, I'm going to have to start talking a whole lot. We don't have time for the usual formalities about, what is this game? What is this category? Because this category starts off incredibly quickly. I'm going to immediately roll to the right end of Orden, the north end, that is. And I'm going to pick up a rock here. We call this rock Dwayne, which reminds me if one of the commentators could maybe pull up that spreadsheet, that'd be great. I'm going to take Dwayne over to the Orden gate that blocks the way to the Orden bridge. I'm going to then use the rock to flip through said gate and allow me to perform a glitch known as Back in Time. This is a rather infamous one. You might be familiar with it. It's not as powerful in Twilight Princess as it is in Skyward Sword, but it's vastly more powerful than in Wind Waker, and it will be very useful. First try gate clip, very happy to see that. It's not a difficult trick, but it's basically a coin flip because there's some RNG to the way the gate moves, so that's very nice. And I'm going to do a frame perfect input here to reset the game on the exact same frame that Link voids out, which will cause us to spawn in on the title screen on the Elden Bridge. I will then immediately void out again to reload the Elden Bridge in a more normal state, from which I can then save and quit to carry some story flags from much later in the game into my save file. Doing this allows us to skip the vast majority of the early introduction sequence in Orden Village, which is naturally very convenient. Having done that, we now have the hero's clothes, Orden sword, and Hylian shield, although a large part of that isn't actually being recognized by the game for most intents, but that won't usually come up. It will in a minute, though, and it'll make a very difficult trick necessary to continue, but we'll get to that later. For now, we do have to complete roughly half of the Orden intro, meaning I'll have to get the lantern from Koro, which is fine because we do actually just need this item to beat the game. And we will then have to go save Tallow and Rose from the bokoblins that have put them in a cage. In the meantime, I'll just be sort of rolling through a cave and some woods, so we have plenty of time to read a quick donation now that I'm done explaining the beginning.
Absolutely. We have two 100 euro donations. The first one is from Curix and Rin, saying, Mysterieus based in Boom blijkt croissants.
Sure.
You're very lucky that you got a Dutch host for that.
It would have been better if we hadn't.
Honestly, yes. I wish Tony was still here. That would have been really funny. That would. And then we have 100 euro from Leo Cadron saying, "Here's my 10 deaths in the Portal 2 co-op showcase. You got this detail. Best of luck on Twilight Princess." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leo. I will need it. There's a lot of RNG in this run. For right now, a quick note on movement. When we're human, because spoiler alert, we'll be transforming into a wolf later, the fastest way to move outside of riding Epona is simply by rolling, as it is in most Zelda games. But for Twilight Princess, there's an interesting little factoid there, which is that doing the fastest possible rolling is frame perfect. You want to chain together every roll without ever breaking out of the rolling state and into the running state, because you will just lose speed every frame that you're running. Conveniently, there's a very easy way to check whether you did it correctly, because while you're rolling, you're not allowed to use your items. And so if you look at the HUD in the top right of the screen, you'll note that the items get grayed out when I'm rolling and are sort of bright colors when I'm not. So if they never flash brighter colors in between a set of rolls, you'll know that I rolled frame perfectly and we're preserving a lot of speed. This is especially important when going up slopes, because by rolling frame perfectly, you can avoid ever losing any speed on slopes, which otherwise would be very significant. Unfortunately, I've been sort of screwing it up a little bit so far. It's not been great, but it's been okay. I've gotten a few. It's all right. So right here is a good example. I just did a couple in a row. That's pretty nice. You can see we're going very fast. Anyway, this brings us right over to the entrance to Forest Temple. We can't actually enter it yet. We'll have to wait for that. But this is where Rose and Tallow are being held captive, so we do need to be here. Twilight Princess Any Percent as a whole is sort of roughly structured into two parts, where in the first part we're going to do a whole bunch of glitchy shenanigans and sequence break through the game to get a bunch of items way out of order. And then once we have what we need, we're going to do a sort of dungeon rush through the last couple dungeons that are actually required to beat the game. That's fewer of them than you might think. We need to beat Hyrule Castle, obviously, to end the game. We need to beat Palace of Twilight to get into Hyrule Castle, and we need to beat City in the Sky to get into Palace. And then in order to get into City in the Sky, we need the Sky Cannon, which only actually starts existing once you beat Arbiter's Grounds, which we then also need to actually be allowed to go to the loading zone to Palace of Twilight, because that's at the end of the previous dungeon. So those are the only dungeons we actually need to beat, and we won't be finishing any of the other ones, and in fact, we won't be entering Temple of Time or Goron Mines. So that's going to be fun. Oh, sorry, no, minor correction. We also need to beat Lakebed. My bad, because you need to beat Lakebed to get into Arbiter's Grounds. You see how this works. I was not supposed to talk to Fado there. Bye, Fado. Anyway, time for goats. We skipped the first goats minigame, but we do have to do the second, so I'm going to walk in a very particular pattern to try and make it so that I can get all the goats relatively quickly. There's a lot of RNG here because the way the goats respond to Link getting close or making noise is random, even if the location that they initially spawn in is not. So it can be very tricky because you don't know what they're going to do, just like this. We call goats that drift away from the barn Howard. I don't know why, it's just like that. Oh no. Howard, get in the barn. Thank you. 35 is a pretty bad time on that minigame, but so be it. Having
so
done
not
that,
prepared for Imstal.
Oh, yeah. Imstal is so good. Yeah, we're running on German, right, as you can tell. It's for the obvious reason. It's the fastest language. Maybe more details on that later. The way that it works is actually a little bit interesting, but we'll get to that when we get to that. For now, we have another important minigame to play. This is Bow. Those of you who are very familiar with the game will note that this is not normally when you fight Bow. That would normally come right before entering Goron Mines, and you would need to do a bunch of story stuff to even be allowed to fight him. He refuses to do so otherwise. But because we did Back in Time way at the start of the run, the story flags in question have actually already been set, and so he's perfectly willing to wrestle us and to afterwards give us the Iron Boots, which is very convenient because it means we won't need to ever come back to Orden Village once we next leave. So that's very nice. Unfortunately, the Bow minigame is effectively a weighted game of rock, paper, scissors. So I'm simply going to do the statistically most likely option to get me to win, and if I don't win, it's not my fault and nobody should look at me weird at all. There is an element of skill to some degree in that you do have to mash in order to push Bow out of the arena, but the optimal mash requires that you mash perfectly at 15 hertz, but anything slightly less than that is totally fine, and so you can mash at like very normal amounts in order to still push him almost the maximum amount, so it's totally fine. This first cycle was pretty okay. You do need to do this twice, and the weighting of the rock, paper, scissors game is actually different both times. So on the first one, I was actually supposed to slap, but I forgot that, and luckily it worked out. So that is very nice to see. Okay, very good. So during the second cycle, or second fight, he's most likely to do a slap, which means if I just mash A, I will dodge the slap and immediately grab him. So that's very good. This is sort of what Bow is supposed to look like, and that was very nice. Bow is one of the major sources of resets when you're actually grinding this game, because he can just sort of randomly say, no, actually, your run sucks now, for basically no reason. So it's a very unfortunate part of the run usually, but this was great, especially for a marathon. I'm very happy to see this. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to do something a little bit weird. I'm going to save the game as I'm jumping away from Bow's house. I need a save file with its coordinates set to Bow's house for later in order to do a wrong warp. So I'm just going to save over the file I already had because we don't need that one for anything. I will also be doing lots of safety saves throughout the run later, but for right now, this wasn't one. The next thing we have to do is just simply the sewers and rooftop sequence, which we're going to do basically as normal. I will try to optimize for speed, but there's really not any kind of significant glitches or breakage associated therewith. So for the most part, I'll finally get to rest my voice for the first time in 8 minutes. Where's my water bottle?
The lovely BSG water bottle can be yours if you also attend the marathon.
It's true.
You got to be fast, though, because I heard there were only like 4 left.
You mean one of these?
4 left.
You mean one of these wonderful water bottles?
Oh.
The design team confirms 4
these.
left. Also, shout outs to the design team. They did great.
They did. The bottles are also genuinely excellent quality. Like these are very good water bottles. I'm very happy with it. I needed a new one anyway. Problem is, I won't actually get to drink any water for a little while here because there's no long cutscenes until like 5 or 10 minutes from now, maybe. So, you know, oopsie.
Good things about having skippable cutscenes and also some very unfortunate ones.
Yeah.
But you could have taken the few frames time loss to just drink here instead of trying to...
No. I've got to go for box break.
Fair.
If you manage to break that box before the cutscene begins, you save about 3 frames. It's cool. It's hard. I don't usually get it. Aw. In between those 2 cutscenes there, after you dig out of the dig spot, but before Midna starts talking to you, there is actually 1 frame where you can do an input, and so I always try to do a spin attack on that frame because it looks funny. TP is sort of held together by duct tape and a dream, and those kinds of one-framers, which is what we call them, are extremely common. Basically, any time that there's a pair of 2 separate text boxes or 2 cutscenes or anything like that, there's most often going to be 1 frame in between where you can actually do inputs. And so in a lot of cases, that's going to let us just slightly optimize for speed by like moving a little bit in the middle of a cutscene, basically, or by doing like a jump somewhere that we don't have to do later. That kind of thing. And one very specific one-framer much later on, about maybe 20, 30 minutes from now, is going to be incredibly important in particular, but we'll cover that later. For right now in sewers is honestly a good opportunity for me to talk about dash canceling. This is the main sort of movement tech for just running around as Wolf. When you dash as Wolf, you get this sort of flat speed increase for a couple seconds, and after another second or so after that, you'll be allowed to dash again. However, if your dash gets interrupted within the first 10 frames, that is to say 1/3 of a second, you will be allowed to dash again immediately without needing to wait out the normal timer. So by, for example, dashing and then immediately jumping off of ledges or immediately attacking or that kind of thing, you can actually eke out just a little bit more speed every once in a while, like right here, for example, which is very useful. Now here I'm gonna, I missed it. Okay, forget that. There's a way to skip that Midna text box, but oh well, I didn't line it up right. Right here is an example of a one-framer. There's a Midna text box and then the Midna jump. In between the cutscene of Midna floating towards the platform and the Midna text box beforehand, there is 1 frame where you can already do the Midna jump, which would have skipped that short animation of Midna flying over. That's going to be a very common thing, especially for Midna jumps, because a lot of those start with text boxes. So that's going to be where you're going to see one-framers the most. Go. Now, one-framers also occur, just like I said, between like cutscenes and text boxes, like up here, where there's going to be a skippable cutscene immediately after we exit this loading zone, after which I will try to jump attack. Oh, I didn't get it. But yeah, if you manage to jump attack after that skip, then you can skip that Midna text box that followed it. All of these sorts of things are going to happen very, very frequently. It's actually faster not to dash towards this box, because if you dash towards the box, then you won't be allowed to dash while you're on the box. But by dashing while on the box, we can set up a chain of dash cancels that's actually very fast. So you just sort of slowly walk towards the box instead. There's another one-framer there, but again, I missed it. They're not super important, but they are quite difficult because obviously, even on a 30 FPS game, frame-perfect inputs are still pretty hard. Now, coming up is this long cutscene with Zelda that luckily, again, we can skip. TP is very forgiving in this respect. You can kind of just skip the majority of cutscenes. And then immediately after that, we will be heading into easily the hardest trick of the run. It's probably going to take multiple attempts, and I will be trying to be quiet so I can focus for it, and I will leave things to the commentators/host.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to go ahead and draw people's attention to another donation incentive that we have for a run that is coming up later tonight. It's going to be the Final Fantasy XIII 2-player 1-controller run, where you actually, with your donations, get to pick which of our runners is going to be on the left side of the controller and which of our runners is going to be on the right side of the controller.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Which I think is a fantastic idea for donation incentive. It also means that they have to practice both halves of the 2-player 1 controller. That's great. And they also have a long GUI super boss incentive for that. That has yet to be met. So there you go. Put your donations towards those.
This Bulblin is called Yugo, and he has the same birthday I do.
Happy birthday.
It's It's not our birthday.
It's not today, but
No, happy birthday. I'm with that.
Happy birthday, Hugo. Oh, this is... Okay, there it is. Okay, I was very confused for a second there.
yeah, we've actually missed it. Just the wait, I'm gonna dox DTail's birthday for doing this. I mean, you kind of already said it.
It's fine.
It's the 25th of June, so belated happy birthday, Hugo.
That was so close.
So yeah, this trick is it's essential for this route, but also it's very difficult. So Hugo is yeah, we have to lure him all the way up to close to the cutscene trigger because, as you saw, Midna is not letting us actually pass into the loading zone that we want to hit. But I guess it's a good thing Hugo exists, because if we lure him close to the loading zone, hit him in a specific way, and then long jump or like jump attack at him, we can get a lot of height and just barely. Is it jumping over the trigger to for Midna? Okay. And
Because it only exists on the ground.
Oh yeah, so it really is just a distance thing, not so much height.
That's all.
It's also kind of an angle thing, because the
Oh,
triggers
yeah,
have a
for
very peculiar shape, so you really have to be like in the center.
They're not straight in this little canyon here. They're not just a straight barrier. They're more like a little curve, which is why I'm really trying to push Hugo in a very specific spot, because I need to get sort of a rightward angle in order to effectively maximize my distance that I'm clearing the trigger with. It's Pythagoras, basically.
Yeah, Hugo is very inconsistent, and yeah, with the positioning being this precise, it takes a lot of nudging to get him into the right position, and then also getting the timing right to get enough distance to jump over the midnight trigger.
Yes!
Yeah, awesome!
That is easily the hardest thing you are going to see me do today by a country mile.
So getting it second try is wonderful.
Absolutely. My PB gets it fourth try.
Oh my.
Now, admittedly, just to be clear, I am not very good at this game in the grand scheme of things. But, like, you know, that's an indication of, like, I am very happy with this. That's what, like 1630 enter Farron or something like that? Like, yeah, that is a good split for me. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah, very good to get that out of the way.
We're out of Hugo jail. Anyway, so yeah, doing all of that gets us into the Farron Twilight section. The reason that Midna wasn't letting us in here is because we haven't collected the Orden Sword and Orden Shield from their respective locations inside Orden Village. We have the Orden Sword, you might remember, and we even have the Hylian Shield, which is mostly just better than the Orden Shield. But because we got those through Bit, Midna doesn't recognize it and refuses to believe that it's safe for us to go into the Twilight. However, because we already have the Orden Sword, and in a different part of the game does recognize this, the Orden Sword will not spawn inside Russell's house. You have to get the sword first, or the shield won't spawn, meaning we can't get either of them in order to satisfy Midna, making sword and shield skip with Hugo a fully required trick for this route. Now, you might note that there's Twilight bugs here, and there was, of course, the Light Spirit in the spring just now. I'm going to ignore all of that. These bugs are totally irrelevant, and we will never interact with them. We simply do not need to clear Farron Twilight in order to beat the game. There's just really nothing that gets in our way in any sort of significant way. So we're just not going to do that. And in fact, if you wait all the way through the majority of the credits until about the 8-minute mark, there will be a short shot of one of these rooms that we just ran through in Farron Woods, which, if you didn't clear Farron Twilight, will still be in Twilight, which will cause the little Twilight jingle of like, no, 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 look at how dark it is in here, to play in the middle of the credits music. It's a hoot. We probably won't have the time to actually like go all the way through the credits for that. But I recommend, you know, once you're done watching, maybe just like look up an 90% run and skip to the end and then check if they have it, because it's so funny. For right now, we're just making our way through Farron Woods pretty much normally otherwise, despite not collecting any bugs, because we need to get to the North Farron Shadow Beast Arena, where we're going to perform our next trick, and that will be the most significant sequence break of the run. But it will also be significantly easier than Sword and Shield Skip, luckily. I'm still going to try and focus on it, though, because it's still by no means easy. But compared to Sword and Shield Skip, everything is easy. So what I'm trying to do here is use Jamal, the Shadow Beast over there, to get what we call a super jump, where I use the Midna charge while his center of gravity is above me to jump really high. By doing that, I can try to get on this ledge here out of bounds, and then we can navigate out of bounds to an area we're really not supposed to be in yet.
Oh, close.
A little bit scuffed there, unfortunate. This trick can be a little difficult. It depends on what kind of a swing Jamal gives you. He has 3 different attacks. One of them is relatively easy. That's the only one I'm going to go for. One of them is frame perfect to do the trick, and one of them is impossible. There we go.
Very nice.
Nicely done.
So now I'm just going to navigate out of bounds through these trees here. It looks a little bit suspect, but I know where to go. Just taking it a little bit easy for marathon safety. And then we jump right down to the Sacred Grove, which we are really not supposed to be in yet. You normally get here after beating the first 3 dungeons of the game, and also the story sequence, Midna's Desperate Hour. We will be beating exactly one of those dungeons and Midna's Desperate Hour, but we will not be doing it now. I also messed up the howling. Oopsie. There, just making sure. Anyway, the Sacred Grove here, we're going to play basically as normal, so there's plenty of time to read a donation while I'm just running around.
Absolutely. Also, I love that every single enemy in this that you use for tricks is named. I knew about Dwayne and I knew about Hugo. I did not know about Jamal.
Jamal is great.
There are so
The
many.
2 other Shadow Beasts in that arena are respectively called Not Jamal and Not Jamal.
We can send you the spreadsheet for it.
It's
I
fantastic.
love that. Thank you. All right, we have a 100 euro donation from Mom, Dad, and Ama saying, "Good luck running until tomorrow." Detail: a wolf and German brings back memories. Winky face.
When I was little, my parents and my sister and I, we went on a vacation to Germany where there was apparently I think there was even a wolf sighting nearby, but we also went to a zoo where there were wolves. So that's a fond memory for me from when I was like 5 or 6 or something.
That's awesome.
That's delightful. Thank you very much.
Shoutouts to my folks. They're always very generous when whenever I do marathon runs. It's great. Also, shoutouts to my cat. I miss my cat. Anyway, the Skull Kid chase sequence here is really nothing special. We just sort of run to where he is and then hit him. There's not a whole lot going on. Blast, remind me, on the HD version, you can't do that glitch with Jamal, right? You can't get out of bounds there?
No, they put up bigger invisible walls because they knew about this. And they don't want people doing this. Who knew?
It's so sad.
I mean,
Such a fun trick.
yeah, it is.
It's mostly good because for those who are a little less familiar with the game, getting the Master Sword, which is where we're going, is what allows you to freely transform between human and wolf at will. And so getting that ability a whole 3.5 dungeons too early is obviously a bit of a thing. And it's what's going to make basically every other minor sequence break that we're going to do from here on out possible. This cutscene where Skull Kid looks around and summons his first batch of puppets, unless you skip it, in which case he has to do it afterwards, is actually sort of weirdly random with when it triggers. So right there, I had to land on the ground and even still wait a little bit before it started. But plenty of the time, it'll start way before you hit the ground. Before you're even halfway there, sometimes it'll already have started. And I have no idea what causes that. As far as I know, it's just very inconsistent. I don't know if we know why it's different, but we certainly don't have a good way to manipulate it, which is kind of sad. There's a cool little micro-optimization in this fight, which is that I will only ever try to kill exactly 2 puppets, no more and no less, because you need a puppet to die for Skull Kid to want to summon more, which is when he becomes vulnerable. But the animations for the puppets exploding, and only once they've exploded will they be recognized as dead, has a random duration. So it can take anywhere between a fraction of a second to about a second for them to actually die. And as it turns out, after doing the math, maybe a year and a half ago, Bewildebeest mentioned that hitting exactly 2 of them gives you the best odds to lag ratio for actually getting a fast animation and thereby speeding up the fight. Because, as you'll have noticed, every puppet hit actually lags significantly, which sort of sucks. What we used to do was just hit exactly 1 of them in order to reduce the lag by as much as we could. But as it turns out, it's on average slightly safer in terms of how fast you're going to hit exactly 2. If you were trying to optimize for speed entirely and sort of take a little bit of a gamble, you'd still only kill 1. But, certainly on a marathon, it makes a little more sense to kill 2. It's a really tiny thing. It saves a fraction of a second, but it's cool. So I thought I'd mention it. Especially because there's really nothing to talk about in the Master Sword sequence here. This puzzle was very hard as a kid, though.
I think I just brute forced this, I'll be honest. Like, I didn't figure it out.
I sat here for a long time and then eventually had my sister do it. Interestingly, if you do the exact solution that I just did, but mirrored so that you start to the right instead of to the left, that also works. It's just 1 frame slower.
Wait, why?
It takes them 1 frame longer for like the cutscene to start after the puzzle finishes. For some reason. It makes no sense.
Science. Technology.
Programming is hard.
It's magic.
That it is. A very interesting object that they just spawned out of nowhere, huh?
Indeed. Anyway, let's look at this sword.
It's a good sword.
This cutscene is so stupid because
I'm
they
actually not
spend
going to look at the sword.
like
I'm
20
sorry. I'll be
seconds
back.
hyping up the shadow crystal, and then they just like look at the sword for the next 20 seconds before coming back to the shadow crystal. It's very silly. That's a nice sword.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Valyssa anamorphed into an owl.
Link's not the only one who can transform.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Gebora has joined us, I see.
Can we get KillerChair to transform next into the ape from Apescape?
Can you? Can? Nice.
I don't know. I've never tried it.
Gotta give it a shot sometime.
Yeah, maybe.
Truly. So that was what, like a 2540 or 2530 touch Master Sword? That's pretty good by my standards. I'm pretty happy with that. I think, like, to compare it to my PB again, I think I got like a 24 something. So I'm very happy with how this is going so far. For reference, the first half of the run, like I said, where we actually do all of the glitchy shenanigans before then actually completing all the story objectives, the first half of the run is the hard half for the most part. The second half, you basically just have to like bring it home and, you know, not be stupid. But the first half is where all of the difficult tricks are and the silly frame perfect bullshit and whatever else. But it's just like, this is the hard part. So I'm glad to see that I'm sort of keeping up well. You know, that's very good. For right now, unfortunately, we just sort of have to run back the same way that we went before we went into the Grove. We have to go all the way back to the North Farron Arena because you'll remember we needed Jamal to get out of bounds. Therefore, we didn't kill those Shadow Beasts because if we'd done that, you know, Jamal wouldn't be there. So we can't just warp to that arena. We have to just walk back there after warping to South Farron. So while I'm going here, this is a great time for plugs or donations or anything like that.
Oh, hey, Valyssa.
Hi.
Oh, hey, she's back.
Yes,
I am
transform back.
Yeah, I just did not want to look at that sword for 20 seconds. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's fair.
I can do you one
get
better.
you.
Later on, we'll be looking at a ladder for 18 seconds.
Ooh.
Okay, I'm hyped for that, though.
Is this Metal Gear Solid then?
Big ladder
Oh,
fan,
no, that's
personally.
not nearly on the same tier.
All right. In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and take this time to thank one of our sponsors, PlayOn. PlayOn is a major distributor of physical games from Sega, Activision, Koei Tecmo, Capcom, Giant Software, and more. They are also known for publishing awesome titles like Dead Island 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You can check them out on TikTok and on Instagram under the handle @playon_BNL. They have also provided us with a couple of the prizes for this BSG, specifically the PS5 game bundle, which you can qualify for with a €25 donation, or the Xbox game bundle, which you can qualify for with a €20 donation. And all of that is cumulative. If you want to spread it out over multiple donations for multiple points in the marathon, you can go ahead and do that and still qualify.
Thank you, Sid. I did a cute little speed tech there where by targeting the Shadow Beast closest to the wall first, the midnight charge goes in reverse order of targeting. I attacked that one last, meaning that I bonked the wall immediately after killing that last Shadow Beast. Don't need to skip a cutscene there this time. Meaning that my midnight charge got ended prematurely, and the cutscene for the Shadow Beasts all being dead can only start once the midnight charge has ended. So by bonking the wall, we get to do that a little sooner. You wouldn't normally be able to enter Forest Temple during Fair and Twilight, but since we can transform now, here we are, the first time that's mattering, I can transform human and burn the web that's blocking the way. I'm going to have to do something very difficult here again, so I'm going to focus up.
Yes, as you might have noticed, there's a lot of instances of frame-perfect inputs, and I do believe we have another one right here. Let's go.
First try.
Awesome.
We're not quite out of the woods yet. Don't worry.
I mean, we're still in them, right? The dungeon is in the woods.
It's true.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're out of the woods. So now I'm going to load that file that I saved at bow earlier, and by performing the back in time glitch, same way that we did at the start of the run, and then loading the bow file, I get wrong warped into the King Bulblin 1 fight. I will then immediately soft reset the console again, and then skip the cutscene for the King Bulblin fight as the fade out is happening. What that achieves is the flag that manages whether or not the boss cutscene has been skipped will now be set on the file we're actually playing on. Conveniently, in Forest Temple, that same flag actually corresponds to the number of monkeys that you've saved. Meaning, just now, we saved the lives of 3 whole simians. I will also use this nut to kill a spider. I will use this nut to slightly annoy a bokoblin.
You announced that as if it was a magic trick.
This is actually
Beautiful.
a real problem. The spider in question that should not be alive is called Cyd, and he really should not be alive.
I'm sorry.
So, yeah, Cyd has to go, I'm afraid.
Okay, goodbye.
Cyd.
No, Sid, no,
Sid,
Cyd is refused. Oh,
no.
I see that you're still here. This is a problem.
No, Sid,
Simultaneously here and also
we
gone.
love you.
Our host has animorphed into a spider. So both of the Deku nuts that I got from the Babas have been wasted, which means I have to lure Cyd to come downwards, where I can hopefully
There
kill
he
him
is.
with a wolf jump attack.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Now I can sneak past Nancy, the other spider, who normally you would also want to kill, but you know, if you can't, then you can't. You can actually dodge Nancy. You can't dodge Cyd. Cyd has to go. She's not
true, I'm
really
inevitable.
cooperating though.
Yeah.
Oh, Nancy, please. Okay, I'm also going to lure Nancy down. This is very unfortunate, but sometimes you just... Wait? Okay, no. Okay, cool. Yeah. One more. Come on. One more, buddy. Actually, maybe I can make this. Hold on. Actually, don't know. I haven't had to kill Nancy in a long time. Or not like this, anyway.
She was being shy.
There we go. Okay, so that really
Stage
sucks.
Doesn't help that Link takes like a year to climb this one vine ladder.
Why do you think we have to look at a ladder for 18 seconds 2 hours from now?
Oh boy, exciting.
I mean, that's
any
the biggest
event.
upside to the HD version. He climbs faster.
Yeah.
A lot.
It's great.
Listen, all this hyping up for the ladder really makes me excited now.
It is genuinely a kind of nice moment because it's right after a pretty intense sequence, and so you get to kind of just relax and listen to the music, which is honestly a vibe. Anyway, where'd those monkeys come from? So we need 4 monkeys to make it to Ook, and normally, you know, you'd have to save all 4 of them by hand, but due to the forest back in time that I performed earlier, we don't need to do that, and in fact, we only need to save Rose from her cage right at the start of the dungeon just now, which you'll remember. The only reason we need to do that is because the cage blocks the way to the vines. If we could get up there without breaking open the cage, we would just do that, because she would then immediately spawn anyway upon reaching this area. Anyway, getting to Ook is important because we need the boomerang. Once we've got the boomerang, we're just immediately going to leave this place. Like I said before, we don't actually need to beat Forest Temple, but the only reason we don't need to do that is because of the boomerang. The Gale Boomerang is easily the most broken item in Twilight Princess by a long shot, or, well, depending on your definition of broken, the most useful. We'll go with that. And it's what allows us to skip the Forest Temple. It's what allows us to skip straight over the gorge later. It's going to do a whole bunch of stuff. It's great. Love this item. More funky spiders, by the way. Anyway, normally Ook gets this cute little redemption arc where once the parasite is killed, he like helps you in the boss fight of Forest Temple. But for this run, we're never going to see that, so we get to continue thinking of Ook as kind of a jerk. The item names on German are sometimes kind of humorous, not because they're actually silly, but just because if you don't speak German, they look funny. The Sturmboomerang is one of my personal favorites. Having gotten the Gale Boomerang, I'm now going to save and quit. This is going to be a bit of a recurring theme. Saving and quitting in Twilight Princess will put you right at the start of the dungeon, and so usually the fastest way to exit a dungeon, or for that matter, to get to places that are close to the start of it, is just simply to save quit from wherever you were before. In this case, we're just going to leave. Now that we've done that, I will immediately warp back to South Farron again, same as before. That's Orden. And we are going to immediately use the Gale Boomerang to do what's called Forest Escape, where normally, again, Midna wouldn't let you leave, another recurring theme. But we can use the Gale Boomerang to set up what's called a long jump attack to skip clear over the Midna trigger. If my couch can remember, would they care to explain how a long jump attack works?
Yeah, sure. So this game is kind of nice in a way that it will help Link land his jump attacks. By targeting an enemy that's further away or higher, the game will make sure Link gets some extra speed, distance, or height to make sure he can actually hit his target. Obviously, we can exploit that. And there are a few different factors in play here. So specifically the thing you're targeting, the game looks at the height of the floor that the thing is above. And that floor needs to be higher than Link's feet. And if that's the case, you get a little boost.
You get a big boost. That's where the glitch comes in.
Yeah, so if your target is above a void, it considers that to be an extremely high floor, and it gives you a ridiculous amount of distance. And as such, it's very exploitable to just make crazy jumps you should never be able to make.
Now, the boomerang is very convenient for this because it allows us to put a targetable object anywhere we want, which is very helpful. So you're going to see me throw the boomerang like over slopes or voids in order to then immediately jump attack at it. It's a very exploitable technique. It is sort of the main thing that you do in Twilight Princess in order to get around in a glitchy sense. It's what allows for half the sequence breaks in this game, and it's just absolutely massive. We're going to be using it constantly. The boomerang, in fact, is such a good item that later on I'm going to get really excited and accidentally create a second boomerang.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. And then it'll disappear into the void again.
Yeah, immediately thereafter, but that's not important. Anyway, we just ran across Farron Field to get to Elden Twilight. I'm going to walk to the Shadow Beast Arena and then perform a difficult trick called Gorge Void, or, try to perform anyway. This is what I was alluding to earlier, the one-framer that's incredibly important, where it really is just a one-framer. I just have to do a jump attack on one specific frame. But if I miss it, I lose a minute and a half. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was watching DTail practices earlier, and while it's incredibly consistent at it, like there was at some point 8
maybe like
successful
50-50
attempts in a row. You can never be perfect with frame-perfect tricks. Even at 30 FPS, it's just, incredibly difficult.
Dang it.
Unfortunately.
I think 2 frames early. Got a little bit nervous, pulled the trigger too early. So it goes. What that means is that Midna will force us to warp back to Farron, from which I will then have to walk across Farron Field again to get to the Lanayru province. And then later on, because I failed Gorge Void, I won't have a portal in Elden yet, meaning once I'm done in Lanayru, I can't just warp straight back to Elden. I have to go back to Farron again, walk across Farron Field for a 3rd time to get back to Elden. If I had hit Gorge Void, I would have only had to walk across Farron Field 2 times, which would have saved a grand total of just under a minute and a half and also made me look significantly less stupid.
It's frame perfect. What are you going to do?
Yeah. This also means, by the way, for those paying close attention, that, we do have to do Forest Escape again, and then again later, because that's the only way to get out of Farron if you haven't beaten Forest Temple, which, like I said, we're never going to do.
We're going to be seeing a lot of this boomerang during this run.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
Very nice.
So Forest Escape, interestingly, is actually even a double LJA, where you'll note I did 2 jump attacks with only 1 boomerang throw. Those are relatively rare. There would be more of them if I was running on a slightly more up-to-date set of strats, because there were some reroutes in some of the dungeons that involve 1 or 2 of those. Usually you're only going to see me do singles, but there will be one other double that I can think of right now. No, at least 2. At least 2 more double LJAs. Anyway, this is Fair and Field. I hope you'll like it here, because...
Music's nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Fair and Field because it gives me time to give some shout-outs to some of our partner events. Specifically, I'd like to shout out to NSG Fall 2025, which is happening in Gjordrum, Norway on September 19th to 21st, and UKSG Blue 2025, which is happening in Glasgow, Scotland on September 27th and 28th. So if you're from those areas and you'd like to go through one of these speedrunning events yourself, you very much can. Everybody's welcome. And shout out to UKSG. I'm going to UKSG. Let's go.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
Gates are a suggestion.
I'm actually going to NSG.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Look at you guys traveling.
The BSG rep. Let's go.
I've been to UKSG. Does that count?
This is the part
I've
where Link
also been,
sniffs the
yeah.
ground.
Oh.
It only counts if you've also been to Nando's.
I did.
I've
Okay,
not
then-
been.
I
then
had,
it
I
counts.
had to.
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
He didn't sniff the ground, and I'm a little confused. Doesn't matter.
Also
Don't worry
looking
about the
forward to that.
skybox, by the way. The skybox being all green was not important.
That's normal.
Yep, totally normal behavior. Nothing to see here. We're definitely not going through this part of the game backwards and also 2 hours too early.
We're
Totally
definitely
not.
not going to
Yeah.
clip out of bounds now.
Ah, what?
That'd be too easy.
What are we, a
Yeah.
bunch of cheaters? Come on.
No, we would never.
Play the game, seriously.
Nah. But what if we did, though?
What if we did? Well, it would allow us to get into Lakebed Temple real early.
Yeah.
I'm going to focus for this one.
Yeah. So as it turns out, there's this nice little pillar alongside this cliff here. And if you just kind of wedge in there, and then talk to Midna.
We are
You could
not out
just
of the
kinda-
woods. We are very far from out of the woods.
We are, in fact, in the water, so...
We are out of the woods. That is a lot harder than I made it look.
Yeah, you're still very limited on breath.
Frames. In that particular instance, frames.
Yeah.
That was terrifying. I think I had maybe a third of a second to spare there. It can be much less tight if you call Midna a little bit earlier, but if you call Midna a little bit earlier, it's harder to clip in the first place. So you kind of have to strike a balance between like how much breath do you want to have left versus how consistently do you want to clip. That trick is very, very difficult. Anyway, there's a cute little detail about how Pillar Clip actually gets us into Lakebed, which is the first room of Lakebed is this sort of lobby room that we just exited. And the first part of that is actually a long underwater tunnel. You'll remember this if you played the game casually. You have to swim through it with the Zora armor, and there's like a couple jellyfish enemies and this kind of stuff. And normally, if you haven't beaten Lakebed yet and you save and quit while inside Lakebed, that tunnel is where the game will spawn you, right at the start of it, in fact. That tunnel is way too long for us to swim through with the Zora armor. We will just drown. There is no way around that. But conveniently, we have the Master Sword. That means that the game currently is in a sort of state of half believing that we've actually already beaten Lakebed Temple, and will therefore reset us to the dry and safe part of that room when we save quit, rather than the wet and deadly part. I'm not going to fall here. The amount of times that I've not bothered to set up my camera safely there and then accidentally jumped past the lever and just fallen into the into the water where the skeleton fish are and just like lost 30 or 40 seconds is too high to count, and I would not like to repeat it. Man chicken.
So it is.
Man chicken.
One of many.
One of many, but this one is mine. Anyway, now that we have Ditanta, I'm going to jump onto a banister. That skips like half the dungeon. Normally, Lakebed Temple would be this like long series of like water puzzles where you have to sort of guide it through like all of these little, I guess, aqueducts to get it into the main room to raise the water level. We're not going to do even a single part of that. because we did banister jump just now, which gets us through sort of skipping like the first half of it and gets us almost straight to Deku Toad. And then later on, we're going to do a different clip or a different skip to prevent us from having to acquire the boss key to get to Morpheal. There's one more double LJ. There should only be one more in the run the way that I'm doing it, pretty sure. Right here, the early boss fights flag that we got from doing Forest Bit way back when, if you'll recall, is going to come into play again, because yes, we still have that. And so that means that the opening cutscene for Deku Toad has already been skipped, meaning if I look up at the ceiling, she's already there, and we get warped into the arena despite entering it from the wrong side. This is very convenient because Deku Toad's arena is locked behind, you guessed it, another long water tunnel, which again, we can't really pass through without the Zora armor. So the fact that we can use boomerang long jump attacks to make it to the back entrance and then use EBF to actually get into it and activate the fight is incredibly convenient. I'm going to try to one-cycle Deku Toad. It's a little difficult, though. Dang it. So what you can't do there is finish a full combo. If you finish a full combo, she just like immediately resets and you have to do another cycle. But if you just only do single slashes the entire time, you have about a 6-frame leeway to keep doing that, and eventually, thank you, you have to kill all the babies before she'll jump up. But you have about 6 frames leeway per slash to actually do it quick enough to beat the fight that way. But unfortunately, I sped up a little too much towards the end, and so I did a full combo, and you know, there you are. Alas. One-cycling Deku Toad is only possible because we have the Master Sword already, because it does in fact do double damage. And in every other way of fighting the fight, you would really need to take 2 cycles, with one notable exception, which glitchless runs do make use of. Bomb arrows deal a lot of damage to Deku Toad. That's the map. That's Midna. I'm getting my menus confused. We got a dungeon item, so clearly we have to save and quit. You know how it goes. The reason for this is that we can't Uku out of the dungeon from the Deku Toad room. I'm not even sure if we can Uku out of the dungeon from the room directly outside the Deku Toad room, but either way, this is a nice fast way to get to a room from which we can actually Uku out of the dungeon. So we're just going to go do that. This is basically our only way out of the dungeon because we can't actually beat Morpheal right now. We don't have the means to do that. And we can't swim all the way back through the actual entrance because, again, we don't have the Zora armor. In fact, we never will. So Uku is really our only way here, which is why we picked her up earlier. Conveniently, she also allows you to immediately return to the dungeon later, which will be very important. Here, I'm going to dive onto a rock.
That sounds very painful.
Huh?
I don't know how he does it.
Would not recommend.
I think he's made out of rubber.
This is not Link. This is Luffy.
Yeah.
Anyway, this sequence here in Lanayru just involves going all the way up to the top of the river in order to open a portal, which we can use to warp back here later. That's really all we have left to do here now after we got the claw shot from Lakebed Temple. That is going to involve 2 more cute little tricks, though. One where I'm going to try to one-cycle this mini-boss, the Gargarok Rider, and then another where I'll try to clip out of bounds during the actual flight up the river. Nice pause menu. If you've got a keen eye, you'll notice that the pause menu doesn't actually show that I have the Orden Sword or Hylian Shield. This is part of what I was talking about before, about how the game doesn't actually fully recognize that I have those items, only in certain ways. Luckily, one of those ways being the practical. I can use them. Very nice.
Awesome.
The alternative to doing that in terms of going fast is slightly faster. It's where you lure the Kargarok down into the water to have it drown the Bulblin, because the Bulblin can't swim, but the Kargarok can. Unfortunately, doing that causes a high risk of crashing, because if the Kargarok grabs you while you're human, and you have to be human to lure it into the water, the game just crashes because it doesn't know what to do with that. So I don't go for that in marathons, but also I don't actually go for it in general, because it's only very slightly faster and much riskier.
It is kind of incredible to see what things the game does let you get away with and where it just draws the line. Because I have seen some messed up things in this game.
Come on. Okay, nice.
Case in point.
I mean, this I understand, but we'll see the incentive later.
Yeah,
the fact that
that's
Ice Shredder
fair.
doesn't crash is actually a miracle.
It's wild. Ice Shredder, in fact, does not cause any gameplay changes whatsoever, not even lag. It's hilarious. Anyway, you'll notice here that I can take a more direct line to our goal rather than take this big bend in the river because I clipped out of bounds. Interestingly, when you go this far away from the intended path, there's a bit of like a suckage effect that tries to drag you back in. So you'll notice I'm steering a little bit to the left in order to avoid clipping back in bounds. We're actually quite close to clipping back in bounds. I really want to avoid that. Because if you clip back in bounds inside of a wall, you'll understand it's very easy to bonk, fall, and have to go again. So I really don't want to do that. Luckily, the cutscene trigger for ending this sequence does actually extend out of bounds. Here's another one-framer. Let's hope I get it. Nope. Man, I haven't gotten any of those yet. Anyway, while I'm just running up to Zora's domain, you can go ahead and read a donation.
Sure thing. We have 25 euros from Pika Plu saying, "Hey, listen." Oh no, wait, wrong companion. And that 25 euros went to the Longui boss fight in Final Fantasy 13. So that's at 130 out of 200. Only 70 euros more to go.
Excellent. Who wouldn't want to see more Final Fantasy? Come on now.
It's a pretty good series.
It is. I watched Madeleone's run of 9 earlier. That was a hoot.
I'm currently playing through 9 for the first time, so I'm gonna have to watch that once I'm done.
It was a fun run to watch.
Yeah.
Midna. No, I don't want it zum Menschen werden. Thank you, Midna. I do want it zum Wolf werden. Thank you, Midna. Anyway.
I mean, it's also a good way to learn some German.
Oh, yeah, honestly.
Yeah, I love how every time you talk to her, she says, "Hey, what is los?"
It's so
It's
good.
great.
Vielleicht finden wir einen Hinweis, wenn wir uns ein wenig im Hyrule-Stadt umsehen.
Bless you.
That text box is burnt into my brain.
I can tell. Wow.
For reference, that's the text box that she gives when you talk to her for Pillar Clip. So I've spent hours of my life staring at that text box. Once again, I'm going to target the Shadow Beast closest to the wall first so that I'll attack it last. Unfortunately, I overshot the other one and hit the other wall. Not great. Okay. Bro has superpowers. Hello. Anyway.
Does that guy have a name?
None of these have a name as far as I'm aware. Oh my goodness. Although there is, there is a small note in the spreadsheet which I've yet to verify properly where it came from, but apparently any Shadow Beast that chooses to just turn away from you and stare at a wall like this rather than actually aggro is referred to as Walter.
Sure.
That makes sense.
He does seem like a Walter, I'll be honest.
I'm glad that he demonstrated it, honestly. He didn't need to. It wasn't like I knew he was going to do that, just to be clear. That was totally random. The way they move is random. So that was very convenient.
Walter isn't random, he's inevitable.
This is true. Anyway, this is where I'd warp to Eldin if I had a portal.
Also, I do appreciate that every single goat is also named.
It's true.
It's
All 20 of them.
I was about to
dedication-
say, like, you scrolled past it and it was a hold up.
The dedication that the community has for this is incredible.
To be fair, all of those goats were named in approximately 5 minutes by one guy, but yeah. Interestingly, you'll note
respect
that
it.
in that image, none of the 20 goats are named Howard. Any goat could
Any
be
goat
Howard.
can be Howard. That's fair.
Howard is a state of mind.
It's true.
You know what? Ricardo is my favorite now.
Ricardo is pretty good. What's especially funny about the goat image, and I'm really sorry to the people watching this, like both at the event and at home. I know you can't see what we're talking about, but I have to say this. My favorite thing about the goat image is that it's taken from like halfway through a run of the goats minigame when all of the goats have already scattered from their original positions, and so there is zero way to tell which goat is which.
Would you not recognize Dwayne the goat?
I definitely would not. I'm
Damn.
sorry. Anyway, now that we've finished up all of our business in Lanayru, like I said, we walk across Farron Field for the third and thankfully final time back on our way to Eldin. And this time we're actually going to have to get past the Kakariko Gorge. Now, you'd normally go get the bridge from Farron Woods, but due to all of the glitchy shenanigans we've been doing, the bridge is not there. And so we're going to have to find an alternative. The alternative is a trick called Rupee Roll, or rather the combination of a trick called Rupee Roll and one called Gorge Skip, which are often collectively referred to as Rupee Roll. This trick is also very, very difficult, both halves of it, and I will once again be focusing pretty heavily for this one.
Yeah, it'll be another instance of a long jump attack, but this one is pretty special. So let's wait a bit until everything's in screen. But yeah, there's these. So whenever Link first picks up a rupee of more than one value, such as this yellow rupee, you'll get a text box that says like, "Hey, you got a yellow rupee. Don't spend it all in one place." That kind of thing. DTail's trying to place that rupee on top of the fence, and by activating that cutscene, 10 rupees. Activating that cutscene on top of the fence, it gives it a small frame window to actually input a roll, which otherwise you would not be able to do, and be able to get to the other side of the fence.
Correct. That's rupee roll. Unfortunately, I messed it up a little bit. So, like we explained before, in order to do a long jump attack, the object in question has to be over a surface higher than Link's feet, or over a void. And so the boomerang actually needs to be above the fence. But there's nothing above the fence for us to target with the boomerang, meaning we actually have to get the boomerang to go above the fence while targeting the fence. You'll understand that's kind of finicky and precise, and unfortunately, I just messed it up there. Luckily, just save quitting will allow us another attempt, and in fact, we get a free 10 rupees for that, so it's not all bad.
And if you're wondering why the void gets brought up repeatedly, you'll find out very soon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear. This might work. This might work. Nice.
Very nice.
That's the first step. Then we fall down here. Perfect. Now I'm going to have to set up my angle pretty particularly. Okay, this actually already looks good from the get-go. That's nice.
As you might imagine, you're not meant to be on the outside of this fence, so it's actually very easy to just slip off. And this angle,
Nice.
ooh, nice, is also not free.
And that's why the void was important.
Yep. Like we explained before, voids are, as far as long jump attacks are concerned, really high floors. And so you get this just like massive jump attack, which is awesome. That is the second largest jump attack that I will be doing this run. Long jump attack enthusiasts have something very cool to look forward to in City in the Sky about 2 hours from now.
That's a good one, yeah.
All right, now the reason that I'm hugging this wall here and being so super duper careful is that the trigger that starts the King Bulblin 1 fight, the same one that we wrong warped to earlier, is already here because of all of the story flag shenanigans we've been doing. It's not supposed to be, but it is. And if I hit it, I can't finish the game. So I shouldn't do that. If I had hit Gorge Void, I would have gone to Kakariko Village here, have had to navigate past the King Bulblin 1 trigger, and then I've had to navigate past it again on the way back, because if you hit Gorge Void, you actually have to go back to the Gorge for certain reasons that I won't get into because that didn't happen. Meaning that I would have had to do that twice, and occasionally you just hit that trigger and then you cry and throw away your run and go to bed because, well, all right. Luckily, didn't do that. I have a safety save for it, don't worry. If we would have needed to continue from there, we would have been fine, but, you know, still. Anyway, we're actually going to complete a Twilight section for once. So I collected the Tiegel des Lichts from the Elden Spirit, and now we're going to go get some bugs, but we're not going to get them in the normal fashion. Instead, rather than going into the Sanctuary first, I'm going to go to the Graveyard first, where I'm going to kill this Burrowing Bug, wait for it to explode, and then clip into the well. That well is only supposed to keep out Wolf Link, not Human Link. So once again, the fact that we have the Master Sword is very nice there. That clip is the single easiest glitch that I'm going to do this entire time. You literally just side hop. The angle, the distance, the timing, none of it matters. You just side hop. It's beyond free. Now, the Sanctuary bugs here, as you can tell, are kind of a problem. By entering the Sanctuary backwards, their normal movement patterns are kind of disrupted in a way that makes them just really difficult to chase down, which is a slight advantage for glitchless runners. The Sanctuary bugs are basically trivial on glitchless, and they're one of the hardest set of bugs in the entire game when you're running it glitched. They're very annoying. Everything from here, at least for Elden Twilight, will mostly be easier. The next bug we're going to get is the General Store bug, and the hardest thing that I have to do on my way there is simply not read this sign. Cool.
Good job.
It really doesn't matter very much. It's only like a second of time loss, but it's very easy to accidentally read that sign when you're mashing to dash. For this bug, I bonk the wall to wake it up and then repeatedly target it from below in order to get it to come down. Unfortunately, I attacked it too early afterwards, so the tier defaulted to its normal position. But what's supposed to happen is the tier gets stuck down here next to the tunnel, and you can just grab it immediately. Weirdly, just holding target doesn't work. You have to spam it. The next set of bugs are the Eld-in bugs, one of the most creative tavern names I've ever seen. It never ceases to make me laugh. These two bugs are pretty cool, actually. I'm going to do a B attack, grab onto the ledge, press A to drop down, press A to pick up the stick, walk over to the fire, light the stick on fire, then position myself such that I can throw the stick onto a second stick, which will then light the fire for me. Then the bug will be up there, and I will min-charge it to death before immediately leaving. Then I'll bonk on the bar, dislodging the bug on the second floor, immediately jump away, ignore the bulblins, head on up, press sense once I enter the room, and immediately jump attack to hit the bug before it has a chance to respond. Then I can pick up a yellow rupee.
He's not only speedrunning
This
the game,
bulblin
boss.
right here has a name. Can one of you look it up for me?
Let's have a look. There's so many names. Oh my goodness.
We're going for a double lookup
no
skip.
idea.
The double lookup skip. Even my couch is speedrunning. For this bug, I press L and A. You just automatically target that one, even if he's not on screen. It's great.
I do want to give a good mention out to the Twilight cargo rock that interrupts Precious booty jump. That's the description of a guy. Yeah.
Remind me what he's called.
Yeah, that's Kevin.
Kevin, of course. How could I forget? That Kargarok is actually in this room. That is in Kakariko Village. That's one of the Kargaroks that's like almost directly above me right now, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have no idea. I
Do you have
can't
to?
make sense of this.
It's the Twilight Bulblin on the second floor, right?
Yeah, that's it.
That's Paul.
We do have someone.
Oh, okay.
We do have someone named Kevin at
how
this
could we
event.
not?
We can go get Kevin here right now.
Kevin?
I like Kevin. Yeah.
This is making
I
me
think
want
we
to.
have two Kevins even.
This is making
That
me
is
want to name all the
true.
enemies in one of the games that I run.
It's a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
A lot
for
of
sure.
these are actually very old. Like I put this spreadsheet together a few months ago in preparation for this event. It turned out we didn't actually have a good list of all of them, but so I spent a few days like asking people who've been around longer than I have what they can remember about this sort of stuff. And so it's a list of like, I don't know, maybe like 30 or 40 names that like have been put together since maybe like 2011. It's like there's a lot of oldies in here, including, for example, Yugo, the Bulblin that we used for Sword and Shield Skip. I think he was named in 2014?
2012 even.
2012, crazy.
Who and when was named Sid?
That's in the spreadsheet. Sid, I think, was
Let's see.
Orcrist, and I think only fairly recently, 2022-ish, maybe?
Okay, I just want to talk.
Sid was actually named in 2013.
Wow, by who?
By Orcrist.
Oh, but there's no way. Orcrist did not run this game in 2013.
Then that might be.
I might have made a mistake there.
typo.
I might have made a mistake there.
Also, Sid, don't worry, it's spelled differently.
It is spelled differently, it's true.
You are still unique.
It's spelled like the sloth from
you.
Ice Age.
I respect it.
This bug is hidden in a pot. It's not very effective because you can still target him. This bug is also invulnerable while he remains in the corner, so I just kind of have to wait for him to get out. Oh, a blue rupee. 5.
Ooh.
Ein blauer Rubin.
And blaue Rubin. Do not enter that dig spot before the tier has actually collected. You will have to go back in, kill the bug again, wait for the tier to form again, and so on and so forth. Not a good time. Whee! Fun Twilight Princess piece of trivia. There's a category extension on the category extensions leaderboard that's just simply called Jotwad, which stands for jump off the watchtower and die. It involves climbing all the way to the top of the watchtower, which I didn't do just now. I only went halfway up. You don't take fall damage from halfway up, but you do from all the way at the top. And so that category's goal is just simply to get to Kakariko Village as quick as possible, climb a bunch of ladders, and then die. It takes about 4 minutes.
Excellent. I suppose a good way to start speedrunning.
It's genuinely a very fun run. You get to do a very cool trick called bite equipped or a bit equipped, which we also did earlier. That was how we achieved forest bit. But you know, the outcome would be very different for Jotwad. They would use it for a different thing. At least I believe that run uses bite. I will be honest with everyone and just make it very clear that I don't know everything, and there's a lot of things that I can definitely get wrong, especially about categories I don't run. So take everything I say with a grain of salt.
How dare you not know everything?
It's crazy, I know. I mean, how am I even allowed to be here, honestly? I should get off the internet forever. Anyway, more Shadow Beasts. This time there's 4 of them, which makes the fight so much harder. Anyway.
I used to think you have to get all of them in a single mid-now attack, and it's like impossible.
Common misconception. It would be really rough on some of these. It's not technically impossible on this one. It's actually pretty doable. It just involves like a pretty silly way of kiting the like furthermost, kiting the furthermost guy over. But it is possible. The way that you would do it is you would line them all up, all 4 in a row, with the last guy that's sort of in his own room, you know, at the end of the line, and then you would midna charge just into one of them that's sort of off by its own, and then through the last 3 all in one big jump. It's possible, but it sort of sucks. It's a fly on my screen. Speaking of bugs. Anyway, we've now collected all of the tiers, and so Elden Twilight is cleared. This cutscene is totally normal. Don't worry about it. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not worried.
So that's a consequence of being wolf here. Because we already have the Master Sword, the game won't force us to transform into human upon clearing Elden Twilight. But because that cutscene then loads with Link being wolf, the game doesn't fully know what to do with all of its textures, and so it gets this weird stretched effect. There's a couple of cutscenes like that. Some of them crash, most of them don't, and all of them are hilarious. I recommend you look up Wolf Link Epona Taming on YouTube.
That sounds wonderful. I'm gonna have to do that.
Yeah,
later.
I can recommend it. It's pretty
the best.
great.
I have definitely seen one of those cutscenes, and it was beautiful. So I can't wait to see more.
While I'm bringing the rock over to Laneru, you can read that donation.
Absolutely. We have 40 euros from Frostbite1981 with no comments, but thank you very much for that.
Big rock.
I do think it's funny that there's 2 Dwaynes. There's the goat and there's also the rock.
Yeah, it's true. Though nobody really uses the goat names for the most part, because again,
They should.
there's no way to
No,
tell
they
which
should.
is which,
Listen.
literally at all.
I can recognize Ricardo anytime now.
Because the thing is, all of the goats' models are exactly identical, and because, you know, the location they spawn in is consistent, so you could have gone off of that, but instead, I forget who named them. It wasn't Andy. I don't remember. But whoever named them just did so in the middle of a goats game that really went poorly, where they're all off to the side of the field for some reason, so there's just no way to know.
This is the best way.
They were named by Thursday.
Oh, that makes sense. That sounds like a Thursday thing to do. I love the TP community so much. I'm not a particularly like active person with regards to conversations about this game, because I'm not like a glitch hunter or anything, and it's just like not a high level runner. It all goes a bit beyond me a lot of the time, but I do tend to try and keep up with what the conversation is about, and I know most of the people a little bit, and it's a great place to be. Very welcoming, very funny. Highly recommend. And the game is fun to run as well. So, you know, basically what I'm saying is, go run the game. It's a good time. Any of the versions, even. Like Blast can attest, HD is also very fun.
Yeah, that's pretty. I think it's about half an hour, 45 minutes longer than this one.
At the world record, maybe about 45 minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that one isn't like a lot longer.
No, it's not that bad.
I mean, we do
Awesome.
a couple different glitches because, of course, we can't do back in time.
Yep.
That would require a soft resetting, and the Wii U doesn't do that.
Nope.
Fortunately.
And you can't do EMS because there's an invisible wall after Jamal.
But for example, we do the pillar clip
Dang it.
into Water Temple as well.
Yep.
There's a couple similar things we do.
Mostly you guys also just have a bunch of glitches that don't exist on the SD version.
Yeah.
So they're mostly just 2 very distinct runs, but they're pretty close together, honestly, for an SD and an HD version.
So fun fact
yeah.
about the version differences, there's also a Wii version of this game. and because the Wii uses motion controls, of course, that was the main selling point. And most people are right-handed, so they modeled Link to be right-handed, while he canonically is left-handed, which means this is the correct version. But the long jump attacks don't work in the Wii version because you need your sword to be held out. And there's no way to do that in the Wii version because the moment you try to swing, you immediately pull out your sword and swing. You don't have that idle animation. That's the only reason that doesn't work on the Wii version.
That explains a thing or two. We were talking about this earlier during practice because I wasn't sure why they didn't work. I just remembered they didn't.
Yeah.
I had a couple ideas, but that explains a lot.
Yeah, you immediately slash.
Right, I need to warp away. I thought that after I collected the tier, I would have a cutscene, but no, I do actually need to start the cutscene.
So are there any shorter categories that you might be able to recommend for this game?
Absolutely.
Because it is kind of tough. Like if a good run is still well over 3 hours, it can be pretty intimidating.
Depends on your definition of a good run, but like I'm very much a beginner, just to be absolutely transparent here. Like
you say that, but you also have so many hours in this game, so it can be a little bit intimidating.
This game is hard.
Yeah.
Like the world record for this is a good bit under 3 hours. Come on, man. Thank you. This bug sucks. Basically, all of the Nehru bugs suck. They're not as bad as the basement bugs back in the Elden Sanctuary, but like they're still bad. Anyway, shorter categories, yeah, plenty. I actually started out running glitchless and specifically running JP glitchless Master Sword, which sounds like a very weird category, but it's just a slightly modified rule set in terms of what counts and doesn't count as a glitch. And you only actually run until you get the Master Sword and not any further. That category at the world record level, I think, is about a high 240, so similar to any percent. And, you know, I ran maybe like 330s, 320s back when I did it. And it's much less intense than any percent because you don't have to do all these crazy glitches. But it still has a lot of similar things. Like you'll still do like one-framers and text skips and that sort of thing. And you'll definitely still do a bunch of like sequence breaks in dungeons where you can use just like little things that get you over certain gaps or objects that you're not supposed to clear. So glitchless for this game is actually still very cool and like skill intensive, and there's a lot to learn about it. This is a great time to talk about this, by the way, because honestly, there's not a whole lot I can do about the lily pad bugs. They'll take however long they want to die. In any event, that category isn't actually that much shorter than any percent. So outside of that, I can also recommend Pirate RTA, which is the category where Precious Booty Jump is used, which we were briefly alluding to earlier. So that's the category where you'll have to contend with Kevin. That category is a bit of a joke, but it is genuinely very fun, where you have to achieve a couple of basically arbitrary goals that are vaguely pirate related. Like you have to acquire a parrot. You have to acquire some precious booty. You have to do this and that, and it's a whole thing. And there's like 6 or 7 of these goals in total. The run takes a little over an hour to complete, if I remember correctly, for most people. And it's a lot of fun. I've never done it, but I've watched a good chunk of it, and it seems cool. Then there's also the sort of quote-unquote half-game glitch categories, which are all fused shadows, where the goal is to beat Forest Temple, Lakebed Temple, and Goron Mines. And all mirror shards, where the goal is to beat Snow Peak Ruins, Temple of Time, and City in the Sky. You don't actually have to then clear the game afterwards, and in both cases, you don't have to do any of the other dungeons either, meaning that especially in the case of all mirror shards, you actually don't even go into Goron Mines at all, same way that any percent doesn't, and only briefly visit Forest Temple. Both of those categories are between 1 and 2 hours. I think All Mirror Shards is a little bit longer than All Fused Shadows. I think the All Fused Shadows record just yesterday became a low 114, if I recall correctly. I remember Beast set a new record just now during a race. I don't remember what the time was, though. But yeah, those are both great if you are interested in doing all of the like difficult, cool, glitchy stuff, but don't want to sit here for 3 to 4 hours. Those are great to start with. As a beginner, they'll probably take you about 2 hours. And they're you know, a little friendlier in that respect. So those are good. But one thing that I am personally a big fan of, which I do a run of every time that I do an any percent run, is Master Sword RTA, which is just simply get to the Master Sword as quick as you can. And as it turns out, to do that, you basically just do any percent up to Master Sword, minus like a tiny little bit of optimizations that you won't do there. because you like don't need rupees and that sort of thing, so you wouldn't go out of your way for those kinds of things. But other than that, it's basically just the first half hour or so of what I've been showing you today. That category is honestly a hoot because it contains several really fun skips and tricks like gate clip, sword and shield skip, which while very difficult is also genuinely very fun. Early Master Sword and all of the tiny little optimizations in the Sacred Grove and all this stuff. That category is a lot of fun. Can recommend. I think that's about everything I have off the top of my head.
I mean, that's already a lot of options. It's
We
good
have
to
a
know.
lot of categories on the board.
It's good that there's some options for getting started, either without a lot of time commitment or just without all the really difficult glitches, because, yeah, sword and shield skip looks very, very
It's
scary.
very difficult. Admittedly, a lot of the categories that I've just gone into do sword and shield skip, because a lot of these categories want to do back in time at the start of the run, and if you do back in time, you have to do sword and shield skip to get out of order. And there's no real other way. So, you know,
But
tough
it's
luck.
still good that there's some glitchless options that are also
Absolutely.
not super long. So
Absolutely.
good
And
stuff.
as always, there's Jotwad. If you're looking for something more in the few minute range, you can just
True,
jump off
true.
the watchtower and die.
Or if you have time to spare, you can go for low percent and just stare at rupees for a while.
Yes, the rupee.
Low percent for this game is a little bit infamous because of a lowest percent video that went just way too viral for its britches. But it's actually been shortened significantly since that video, which is awesome. These days, low percent, I believe, is about 12 hours. You'd have to ask somebody who knows a little more to get an exact time, but it's around there. It used to be a full day, but it's been cut down significantly because of some honestly pretty simple but hard to think of reroutes. After a certain point, Morgan realized, shoutouts to Morgan, by the way, that you can just use Uku at a couple key points in the low percent run to avoid having to do one of the rupee slides, and one of the longer rupee slides at that. So that category is actually significantly shorter these days than it used to be.
So there's no more 7-hour looking at a rupee, huh?
No, you still do that.
Oh, okay, good.
Just only once.
Only once, okay, fair.
You used to have to do the exact same rupee slide twice, but you know now you only have to do it once. So yeah. Also, shoutouts to Morgan on a different note, by the way, because they recently made a mod that allows you to actually keep the file name that you input at the start of the game after performing back in time, which is not normally possible. Performing back in time in TP defaults your file name to Link and Epona rather than any other custom options, which means that for years we haven't actually been able to use like file name incentives at marathons like this one. But Morgan managed to make this very straightforward little mod. It's only a couple of lines of code that makes it so that you do get to keep whatever file name you input, which is very cool for events like these. These bugs are really trivial, by the way. You literally just target them and then press dash, and the Karkarock will automatically home in on them.
That is so good to know.
Yeah. In fact, if you steer too much, you'll just miss because you messed it up. So just press A. If they're not directly in front of a wall, just press A. This next bug I'm about to kill, I like to call Derek's cousin because he's directly next to Derek. Derek, for reference, is the totally normal-sized bug containing the last tier. I don't know why there's ominous lightning. It's just a normal bug. Nothing could possibly go wrong. I mean, he's on the map and everything. He's the same size as everybody else was. I'm not really worried about it. I don't know why I keep hearing about this Derek guy. Oh my goodness gravy. This is Derek.
This looks like a normal-sized bug to me.
What a lad.
Fun Derek fact, if you keep him off camera while he's doing this big circling thing, he will never attack. And in fact, the animation of him circling around like this very slowly trends downwards, meaning if you keep him off screen for literally several hours, he will eventually reach the bottom of the lake.
Does that do anything?
Nope.
Cool.
Though, if you then get him on screen again, he will start rapidly rising. It's fantastic. I wish I had time to show it off, but it genuinely takes something like 4 or 5 hours or something insane. So we're not going to do that.
For that, surely.
It's pretty good.
Let me just fetch from Naomi. Maybe we can make something work.
Let's make it a donation incentive.
Yeah, back up run.
Another fun Derek fact, you're supposed to kill him by midna charging all of the legs. Instead, I'm going to bonk on the lake.
There you go.
I don't know why that works, but it does. If you target all the legs and then start a midna charge, but have it get interrupted by splashing into the water, the game sort of freaks out somehow. I'm not a coder. And it'll consider all of the legs having been killed despite the fact that you never hit them. It's convenient. Cuts off like a second or two of Link just sort of jumping around. For some reason, the Lanayru cutscene here in the Lanayru Spring is totally normal when we're Wolf, despite the fact that the Eldin cutscene freaked out. I have no idea why that is. This is the wrong province. Going to warp back to Zora's Domain for the next difficult trick that I have to do. This one's a lot less difficult than like Sword and Shield Skip, Early Master Sword, and a lot of the other things I've been doing. But it's one that I personally happen to struggle with a lot more. So it might take me an attempt or two. I'm going to try to steal a bomb bag from Isa. Now, I will need to focus a little bit on this, so I hope that my couch can explain how the trick works. Okay.
I need to remember that. Remembering things is hard.
I can do it.
Oh, lovely. Take it away, Sid.
That was me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sid, do you know how the trick works?
I just figured you were so locked in. Okay.
No, that was still me. Oh, it's fine. This trick is difficult, but like it's not that difficult.
All I know is there's something about putting your foot at a specific spot and then back jumping sideways, backwards, in front of the fence.
It's not as bad as it sounds.
There is something involving breaking a line of sight with the person who's standing there, and then...
So while I'm howling here, I can explain it. It's basically when you talk to Isa, it spawns a trigger. Thank you. Hang on. There we go. It spawns a trigger that if you touch it, spawns a trigger that starts a fight. If you then walk over and touch only that first trigger, which is normally very difficult to do because they basically overlap, but if you do a position setup that allows you to only touch the first trigger and then back away behind Isa's sign where she can't see you, so you'll be allowed to transform, you can then enter the actual fight trigger as Wolf. That gets you into the Shadow Beast fight as Wolf, which you can't normally do. If you then manage to kill the Shadow Beast as Wolf, which is a little bit extra difficult because we don't actually have access to the midna charge at this precise moment, and you're not normally supposed to be able to kill Shadow Beast as Wolf without the midna charge at all. In fact, the spin attack is hard-coded not to let you do that. But if you manage it through another clever setup, Isa will invite Wolf Link into her house, meaning that when she gives us the bomb bag, we can warp away. We can't otherwise do that because it would require we transform Wolf, which we can't do in front of Isa. If you warp away into the Upper Zora's River portal that you've just unlocked from killing the Shadow Beast that we're about to kill, you will then enter the same cutscene again where Isa invites you into her house again, and you will still be Wolf, so we can warp away again after she gives us another bomb bag. Oh, dear. Oh, that's not good. We might end up having to go to one of my safety saves, which would require a little bit of extra setup time. I have some amount of bad news. I don't know that this save quit works. I don't normally have to play this save. Hang on, I'm gonna have to log in here basically. Oh dear, yeah, okay. At this point, the only thing I can realistically do is try to long jump attack out of this trigger. I'm just gonna give it a go a little bit. Can I maybe like get it out of bounds here? Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to go to one of my safety saves, so we are going to unfortunately have to go to intermission real quick because I need to set some things up on my Wii. Very sorry. I have to save before talking to Isa, not afterwards. That's my bad. Anyway, we can move on now. You'll note we have fewer rupees than before. The safety save, unfortunately, does not have as many safety rupees as I like to get, so that might get a little dicey later. There we go. Okay, that was all we had to do. Like I said, for a little bit of context sort of about running this game, at a marathon like this, I wouldn't normally really feel the need to safety save for Isa because this trick is genuinely not all that difficult, or at least the part of it that necessitates the safety save isn't difficult. Not really at all. The difficult part is this, killing the Shadow Beasts simultaneously. I'm going to hit them both with a B attack, then spin attack, and then try and line them up close to each other. This is not close enough. Come on, guys. No. Come on. Thank you. Okay. Then after they attack, I will bite one and immediately jump at another to clean them both up. There we go.
Very nice.
We had to go into brief intermissions for the easy part, and then I did the hard part immediately.
It's okay. It's okay. It happens.
It does, but it's so silly.
That's marathons for you. That's marathons for you.
That's how it goes. Anyway,
worries.
what all this achieves, now that we're here, is Isa will give us this bomb bag. Now, this is a lent bomb bag, meaning it has several restrictions on it. I can't transform. Thanks, Midna. But by warping away back to Upper Zora's River and hitting this same cutscene again, like I was talking about before, we'll get a second bomb bag from Isa. That second bomb bag will be lent, but the first one will undergo some weird code stuff that I don't understand, and sort of become this null item that's represented by a black rupee icon that doesn't normally otherwise really appear anywhere. It's sort of a filler thing. And once we've done that, if we ever save and quit out of the game, we will come back to having one real, non-lent, very much permanent bomb bag. This is bomb bag duplication, and you can keep doing it if you want more bags, but there's really no reason to do that in any percent, so we're just going to leave after the first one.
No real reason in any percent, so there is in other categories?
Not that I know of. There might be
Okay.
some weird, like, minimum something. I don't think Min Transforms does it, but, like, there might be some weird edge case where you want to get multiple bags for some reason, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Like, just in a way that it lets you have more bombs?
I don't need to be here.
Or...
Yeah, I mean, it would be for that, and I can't think of a category that really needs that outside of Hundo, which needs to get all the bags because it's Hundo. I don't know. But for Hundo, that also doesn't quite work because we have rules in place that mean you actually have to do the other, like, normal bomb bags as well. So this is the part where I unplug my controller. That was unfortunately not quite right. What I'm supposed to do is pull the map and call Midna on the same frame. So I unplug my controller so I can buffer those inputs at the same time. Then I'll warp to Zora's domain, only the Midna call that I buffered at the same time will interrupt that. That's a technique called universal map delay. By doing UMD, I can activate a different glitch called map glitch, because when I warped away, but I didn't actually warp away, the game disabled all void planes and load zones, for the most part, that are anywhere around. Meaning that at this point, the blizzard that's raging on Snow Peak can't void me out, and I can run up the side of the mountain sort of blindly without needing to get the reek fish scent, which would normally be required to make you, quote-unquote, immune to the blizzard. By doing this, we can make it up into Snow Peak Province very easily, and without needing to go through the whole long side quest of the reekfish scent, which would take just absolutely forever, and which I'm not even sure is possible anymore, given some of the other things we've been getting up to. But this would be faster in any event, so forget all of that. We just have to sort of navigate through Snow Peak here, and then, unfortunately, because of map glitch, you'll note loading zones are disabled, so I can't exit this room, and forced loads like game overing and continuing, or, for example, entering dig spots that travel to a different room, actually soft lock while map glitch is active. So I'll need to find a way to clear map glitch, and luckily there's a Howling Stone right here. Interestingly, Howling Stones still work, and their load doesn't actually break anything when you're in map glitch. Now, I did forget the song, so let me do that again. I remember. I'm getting it confused with the Upper Zora's River song. There we are. Now, since all I need to do is load into the howling area here, I don't actually have to complete the howling sequence, so I'll just turn around and leave. That load still works. Don't ask me why, I don't know. But luckily it clears map glitch, so now I can dig into this cave safely. At this point, I will have 2 boomerangs. Anyway. Okay, well, anyway. You'll note I'm a little bit shaken from all the shenanigans earlier. I'll take a while to relax. It's okay, though. This is actually our first use of the claw shot since we got it, like, a long time ago back in Lakebed. This case is going to get in my
maybe
way.
these ice keys can help you chill out a bit.
Wouldn't that be nice? No, it wouldn't. It really wouldn't. Anyway, the claw shot just hasn't really been any kind of useful up until here because we've mostly been in places that are before you get the claw shot. So we just haven't needed to use it. There's a cool skip here where if you long jump attack off into the void towards the cutscene with Yeto, you can actually void out in such a place that you will be respawned next to Yeto rather than down here. Doing that allows you to start the snowboarding sequence without needing to fight these shadow beasts, but unfortunately, killing these shadow beasts is what clears the blizzard. So you will have to do the snowboarding sequence mostly blind. That's very difficult, not at all safe, and so I am not going to do it today. It's cool though, so I recommend you check out another any % run sometime to get a look at it. When we're talking to Yeto here, it's faster to tell him the truth and say that we're not on a spiritual journey than to tell him that we are, which is neat. Incidentally, if you approach him as Wolf, he will make a remark about how you look tasty. I also messed up the text prompt, but whatever. Tonight, fish night. Indeed. You'll also note, by the way, just in case you're confused, that we're on an English copy now. It's my safety saves are on a different copy. It's a little unfortunate. Doesn't matter too much, though. Running in German compared to English only actually saves 6 seconds. Oh yeah, that was something I did want to talk about. Snowboarding does give me a good opportunity for it, to be honest. The way that different languages are faster or slower in this game is actually kind of cool. It's different text boxes in Twilight Princess can have different scroll speeds. There's fast and slow text. And for some reason, it depends on the language that you're running in, whether a given text box, any random one, take your pick, it gets fast text or slow text. And so depending exactly on what category you are playing, and hence what text boxes you will have to see throughout your run, a different language will be the best option for each category, because the collection of text boxes that that category has to view in total will have the highest number of fast text boxes on one of those languages, but that doesn't necessarily need to be the same language for every category. Any % is ran in German or on a newer, funkier route in French, but Hundo is run in English, All Dungeons is run in English, glitchless categories are generally ran in Korean or otherwise Japanese, and so on and so forth. It really depends on the category, which is kind of cool.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I did not expect that to be the reason that
It's
German was
very
faster.
funny.
I'm curious though. So Japanese is not actually run for any % then?
Nope. Well, not for glitched any %, no.
Yeah, exactly. So are there glitches that just don't work on that version? Because usually
I
it is.
genuinely don't know.
All right.
I'm sorry. What I do
worries.
know is that the text is faster on German, because again, the sort of usual like compactness factor that makes the like Japanese, Korean languages usually the fastest on most games just isn't a factor here, because you know, if the text boxes still have slow speed, like that's a huge difference. You can pay attention to some text boxes I'm getting and sort of check as like, oh, is this slower or faster than the last one? And you'll note just how big the difference is. So if a lot of the text boxes you have to read in your category are slow on that language, then it really doesn't matter how brief the language actually is. Other than that, I don't know if there's any actual like real mechanical differences between the versions to that degree. There may be. I'm genuinely not sure. Are we far enough inside the ice block? So I'm trying to clip through this ice block, right? Okay, there we go. Cool. Was a little worried for a second there. That clip has a cool little alternative where you would actually clip through the big gray wall next to the ice block rather than the ice block itself, called Armory Clip, which I found, which is neat. It's very slightly faster by like just a fraction of a second, and just so much harder. It is not even funny. Nobody ever uses it, but theoretically, anytime anybody decides to make another any % task, I guess it'll be useful.
I mean, it's got this swag factor from you having found it, so
that's
honestly,
why I wanted to mention it.
That's
I should
worth
only
it.
really take half the credit because I actually found it while doing a 2 players 1 controller playthrough with my sister. I
That's
misremembered
awesome.
where you're supposed to do ice clip, and so while I was instructing her where to move, we kept going in the wrong place, and then eventually accidentally clipped through that wall, which when I tried to replicate it turned out to be incredibly difficult.
That's awesome.
I love when you just find the hardest tricks
It's
just
so
by
fun.
complete accident.
It's so fun.
I only ever find glitches that just break games. And not in the this is usable way.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's okay though, because swag is always fast. Swag is time neutral.
They do
you should
say
just go
that.
for it.
But yeah, Sid, I'm not surprised you would say that, having found a skip called dumb skip.
Don't remind me.
I will every chance I get.
That is my golden son legacy. It is dumb skip. A skip so dumb that they named it dumb skip.
They're so
gold-
incredibly precise and annoying to execute.
Oh right, I'm supposed to uku. What am I doing? The orange rupee that I'm supposed to save quit and then uku. Everything is going very normally. The way that the bubble that I just killed that spawned the orange rupee, the way that it spawns the orange rupee can result, depending on the bubble's position and movement, in the golden or the orange rupee going out of bounds. In which case I can't collect it. You can't even use the boomerang to get it. There's no hope. I'm just emptying my bomb bag. Don't worry about it. There's a second orange rupee in this bubble, which is going to have the same problem. We got lucky. The orange rupees aren't particularly likely to clip out of bounds, but it happens a lot more to me than to anybody else for reasons that I don't understand. I've had people sort of sit in a Discord call with me and look at what I'm doing, and we can't really seem to figure it out. It's probably got something to do with the position that I take when I'm hitting the armors, but for the most part, it's just kind of weird. Anyway, the reason I'm emptying my bomb bag is because if you pick up bombs of a different type than what are currently in your bomb bag, they'll get turned into bombs of the type that's currently in the bag. And we really desperately need water bombs. In fact, those are the only bombs we are going to need this entire playthrough. And so I really want to empty my bag of regular bombs, which is what comes in it the first time you get it. Note also that the empty bag that I had before and the weird like null item have both disappeared and been replaced by a full bag, which is what you would normally get from Isa. Only, again, like I said before, this one is very much permanent and not lent. The Bulbasaur, the Helmasaur that's next to me right now below me is named Jake.
Maybe my Bulbasaur
okay.
Jake if I ever play Pokemon again.
Excellent. I don't know why that first bomb didn't tick. That was a bit odd. Anyway, this is the part of the speedrun where I drop 16 bombs into a waterfall.
I mean, you say
Exciting.
you're dropping it into the waterfall, but it looks like they just vanish.
That's why I'm dropping them in the waterfall. There's a maximum of 3 bombs that can be on screen at any given time, but if you place them somewhere where they immediately despawn, you can just keep going. You don't have to wait for them to blow up. Anyway, now we get water bombs. These are going to be very important. So important that I'm going to make a safety save in case I run out of bombs at any point that I can return to. And yes, I am doing this just like in full because, as you noted earlier, actually going to my previously set up safety saves is going to take a long time and a bit of trouble, so I'd rather just do it the way that I was supposed to do it. If you go on the left side of that Lizalfos, he can't hit you. All right. Time for boss key skip. This part's hard. Easy. Those of you particularly concerned for Link's well-being might note that he can't breathe underwater without the Zora armor. Don't worry, he'll be fine.
Yeah, as it turns out, having bombs and boots give you pocket air.
For some reason, if you force unequip the iron boots while Link is in the process of pulling a bomb, but before the bomb spawns in, you will be allowed to carry the bomb into the air, which you're not supposed to be able to do. And if you then drop it, you will get an air refill for some reason. More feel. Okay, cool. Thank you. So I'm going to do just that. and carry this bomb into the start of the Morpheal fight, or the real start of the real fight. That first phase is sort of whatever. This is the alternative to getting the Zora armor, and it's convoluted, yes, but it works and it's fast, so we'll do it. It also makes the Morpheal fight, which is normally just like a boar and an auto-scroller where she basically can't even really deal damage to you, into a very interesting and very difficult fight where you're having to manage a lot of resources and timing and positioning, and everything just gets way cooler.
There goes Link.
Bye, Link.
Bye, Link.
Yeah, this fight is just a spectacle every time I see it.
It's
So
very
good.
cool. It's also incredibly RNG heavy. If Morpheal decides that I don't get to kill her, then I don't get to kill her.
Shoutouts to Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So once again, by force unequipping the Iron Boots, that is to say equipping a different item over it, while I'm on Morpheal's back, she won't get to buck me off, and I'll instead just sort of sink. Okay. Oh, come on, Morpheal. Interestingly, if you do the bomb air refill, that is to say, if you drop the bomb too quickly, immediately upon the bomb spawning, within a few frames, you will perform a glitch called Rocket Link, which will send Link up to the very surface of whatever body of water you are in. If I do that in the Morpheal arena, I die, because it is too far to swim back down.
It's a shame. I would have loved to see Rocket Link.
In older routes where we would have had to perform a trick called Norgor, I would have actually gotten to show it off, but doing the bomb duplication glitch at Iza's place makes that unnecessary. Morpheal is being a real jerk right now. She's just not coming down far enough for me to actually grab onto her. Okay, she saw me, that's good. Going to try to do something a little bit funky here.
Ooh, I like funky. Oh, spicy.
Once again, by force unequipping the Iron Boots, I can just fall off of Morpheal's back rather than get bucked off. And if you do that on a frame where Morpheal's face is moving upwards rather than downwards, you can immediately re-grab her if you're very quick with the claw shot. This makes it technically possible to do this fight in one cycle and with only one bomb if you get ridiculously good RNG and also you're a god gamer. I can think of like 3 people off the top of my head that have ever done that. And one that's done it in a run. Shoutouts to Demon for being a maniac.
Demon is an absolute maniac.
He's the only person I know who goes for it in runs.
That's insane.
He also loses a lot of runs to Morpheal.
Gee, I wonder why.
To be fair, everybody loses a lot of runs to Morpheal. This fight stinks. Once again, a lot of that was way harder than I was making it out. This is one of those things where I can actually talk over it and sort of just like go along and do everything because I've put like 20 or 30 hours into it. Same as Sword and Shield Skip for that matter, but that one's way harder than this, but like same idea where it's just you have to practice it so much that it starts to feel a little less hard than it is, but then you remember how long it took to get it the first time. I'm going to pick up this heart container. I don't strictly speaking need it for anything, but it's obviously very nice to have. I'm going to get most of them. This is our first time beating a dungeon this entire time, by the way, for anyone keeping track. There's only a couple more. We're only going to beat 4 more dungeons, and 3 of those are hard required in like most ways.
I mean, an hour and 45 minutes for one dungeon. I think we're making good pace, right?
True. Yeah. Tell you what, I will actually just safety save here. I don't really have to. There's nothing in the upcoming section that could really prove much of a problem, but I think I've learned my lesson from earlier. Anyway, this is the Midna's Desperate Hour section. This is where there's good music, but also I just sort of have to run for the next few minutes. So, host, if you have anything to say, by all means.
Sure thing. For starters, I do want to draw everybody's attention to the fact that we're only 80 euros away from 3,000 euros. And at 3,000 euros, we will unlock the bonus game for Wednesday, which will be Rift of the Necrodancer. So that will not be until like the Wednesday evening, but I'm sure we could get way further than the 3,000 before then. And it would always be lovely to unlock some more bonus content. Aside from that, we're also only 30 euros away from the extra boss fight in Final Fantasy XIII. So that should be good. And as well, there is of course still the bid war for which runner is going to do which half of the controller in the 2-player 1 controller run. So that is probably one of the most interesting bid wars that I've seen. So definitely put your money towards that.
Thank you.
I can safely say that Rift of the Necrodancer run, I've seen the runner practice it earlier, and I just could not keep up. I have no idea what's going on, but it looks very impressive.
I'll bet.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a rhythm game enjoyer, and I cannot read that. But that's kind of like the entire thing of the game. It's like it's hard to read.
Yeah.
And yeah, it succeeds. I can't read it.
Beast, get out. We like to joke about that text box anytime Beast does 100% runs, because that version is actually run on English, so or that category, so you get to see that, and we all tell Beast to leave on his own stream, which is good. Kitty. There is a way to make this cutscene go faster called Louise glitch, where I actually tried to go for it just totally off rip just now, but I have no idea how to do it, so it's not surprising I didn't get it. It's incredibly precise, but if you B attack, a normal standing B attack while you're walking up the stairs from a very particular position, the camera during this cutscene will sort of mildly freak out, and it'll skip one of the shots of Louise, allowing you to speed that cutscene up very slightly. All right. My job here is to not fall. I didn't fall.
Good job.
You did it.
The silence made that seem so much more tense than it had to be. Didn't want to break the silence.
That was kind of the bit I was going for, but also it's genuinely kind of scary when you're doing it, because if you do fall, you lose like 30 seconds. Like, it's bad. This is one of 4 puzzles that we're going to collect this run. Those of you who know this game very well will think, what? But there's 4 required pose in Arbiter's Grounds. No, there's not. There's only 3 required pose in Arbiter's Grounds. I don't know what you're talking about.
There are 3 pose.
There are only 3 pose in Arbiter's Grounds.
There have always only been 3 pose.
I choose to believe you.
So, okay. Senses are on now. Sure. This is the sewers again. We're going to go through 1 or 2 rooms that we've already been through in the earlier visits to the sort of Hyrule Castle underground here. For the most part, it's new stuff. But there's not actually a whole lot to be said about it. Interestingly, though, because we do have the ability to transform right now, Midna being tired like this sort of... Hang on, you'll see it in a second. So I'm going to transform human. That's relatively uneventful. But when I burn this web and then transform back to wolf, Midna is going to energetically jump on my back and then go back to being sick. Normally, you'd have to do a cutesy little flame puzzle where you bring the fire over from torch to torch as wolf. But if you can transform human, you can just use the lamp. So, you know, forget about all of that. This is Hubo.
Hubo. Ooh.
Anyway. The first thing we do
was
when
that
we
just
enter
out of
this
spite, or like?
No, you have to kill him. He has perfect aim as long as you're on the rope. He literally can't miss if you're on the rope.
Huh.
It's like a hard check. He has to go. Much like Cid.
Wow.
I'm not doing
Not
the bit
again.
again. I'm not doing the bit again.
I believe there's another named enemy coming up. One of the Kargaroks on the rooftops can hit you right before you're about to finish the rooftop section. And I believe his name is Kirk.
I'd love to ask what like the idea is behind all of these names, but no,
There isn't one.
I completely understand how this
think-
goes. If I would just say it's like name that, and I would just say, oh yeah, it's Jeff.
He's Timmy.
This is Timmy. Yeah, I was about to say, this Belblin Archer, that's Timmy.
I think you might have just made Kirk up. So
No, there's a
There
Kirk.
is
Oh,
a
no, there he
Kirk.
is.
But which one is it? That's what I'm wondering.
He's right above Cork. I'm not joking.
I swear this community is sane.
It's so good.
Do we have any Jimmies?
Which one's Kirk and which one's Cork? Because I genuinely can't remember.
Let's see. We got Let's line it up. I'm looking at it from an angle, so everything looks weirdly angled. Let's see. Kirk is Twilight cargo rock that hits you before Zelda.
Yeah, so that's the one in question. That's this cargo
Right.
rock on the left.
And then there's one that hits you during P hat Argorok CS skip.
Yeah, so we'll see that one a good bit later.
All right. Kirk and Cork.
Kirk and Cork.
Awesome.
That makes sense.
Of course. Of Cork.
Yeah.
Anyway, after completing Midna's Desperate Hour, we get spawned right outside Castle Town. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk to this wolf. This is the wolf that we spawned by howling at Upper Zora's River earlier. And again, those of you who are very familiar with the game will note that we haven't yet done any Golden Wolf segments, meaning we don't know any hidden skills, including the ending blow, which is hard required to beat the game. Luckily, visiting any Golden Wolf will just get you the skills in order, meaning that despite the fact that this is not actually the first wolf you're supposed to find, we can get the ending blow from him just the same. It also means that the cutscene at the start is sort of messed up, where it'll try to do the cool introductory cutscene from the first wolf with the camera angle from the later wolves, meaning Link will turn around to look at nothing when the wolf visibly transforms into a skeleton. I love this cutscene.
One of my favorite things in Twilight Princess is when they forget to get the ending blow from this guy.
So funny,
And
because
then-
it's really easy to forget.
Yeah.
Because normally the
You just
ending
get the
blow
Ganondorf.
is
It's-
like in the way, right? The game forces it on you. But because of all the skips we've done, that wolf is never going to spawn, and so we have to go out of our way to get it. It's easy to forget. Great. I've done that before. Just to, you know.
It's one heck of a way to lose a PB.
Oh, yeah.
It's a rite of passage.
Definitely. There's a lot of those in this game. One of them is throwing the Deku Nut at the Bokoblin instead of at Sid. Anyway, we're here in Farron Woods. I don't know why you're wondering. It's not weird at all. The wolves are normally this sort of cool non-linear system where the game will remember which wolf you spoke to get whichever hidden skill you're about to get and then put you back in the correct place. But because the first wolf has this whole special thing going on where it's supposed to be like forced on you and you can't avoid it and you don't have to howl for it, that one is not part of the sort of interconnected web of wolves. And so when you get the ending blow, the game just says, okay, well, you just got the ending blow, so you'll go to Farron specifically. We're not going to bother looking at the information from the other wolves. And so what that means is if you get the ending blow from a different wolf, it'll force you back to Farron. So we were briefly back in Farron, Twilight and all, since we didn't clear it. But we're not going to ever go back there again. That will be the last you will see of the woods. This is the 18-second ladder that I was talking about an hour ago. Enjoy it.
I will not be enjoying this ladder either. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll enjoy it for the both of us. You know, I'm feeling inspired to make a ladder tier list sometime.
I think there already is one.
No. Mine will be better.
That will be better, yeah.
I do like that ladder. Anyway, we have to go up here to talk to Oru because we need his memo to give to Fire to get into the desert. It's kind of this silly roundabout fetch quest. They're both just right here in the lake area, but yeah, so be it. Interestingly, when you're wolf, swimming is really slow. Human swims faster than wolf. And so I'm going to try not to fall in the water as wolf by sort of jumping a little bit weirdly across here. That's a little bit faster than actually going directly to Fire. I will have to transform here, and I have to transform in a very particular spot where Link's head is hidden behind this pole. If I go any further, Plum will spawn and try to start a chat with Wolf Link, which we don't want. And if I go not far enough, I can't transform because Link's head isn't hidden from Fire. That's not quite right. I'm supposed to give him the memo. Does this still work now? I don't actually know if it does. Looks like it does. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Guess that means I'm saving and quitting. Bit odd, but should be fine. You have to speak to Fire twice during the run. Once to repair the sky cannon and once, to get to the desert. And when you're trying to get to the desert, you have to show him the memo with the item button for the memo. But when you're trying to get him to repair the sky cannon, you have to just talk to him straight up and then just sort of mash for it, which I always mess up.
Welcome back, Valyssa.
Thank you.
You didn't
ne-
miss much.
You'll never
I mean,
believe. You'll never believe what happened on the ladder.
Don't tell me. It's okay.
Fair enough.
She doesn't want to know.
I'm choosing ignorance.
She's not interested in ladders. All right, there we go. I fixed fire. We're good. You know, it's you know.
When did you break fire?
Don't worry about it.
Like
I said,
I am interested in.
You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything. Anyway, this is Gerudo Mesa. The only reason I can't do this with one hand is because I need to occasionally press dash, which is a little unfortunate because I'm really thirsty. It's fine. There will be a good long cutscene in a moment here. Gerudo Mesa is an incredibly boring room. It's also the single largest room we're ever going to enter in terms of actual like surface area that you can walk on. There's a bunch of these big chasms, and we kind of have to make a silly sort of snaking path past here to actually get to where we're going, which is the Bulblin camp. But it's all very uneventful, except for the occasional Moldorm. It's good music, though. Wrong way. If you have anything to say, feel free.
Sure thing.
Anything
sure
at
thing.
all?
Yeah, no, we're gonna take this opportunity in the desert to just shout out one of our sponsors, specifically Lewitt, which is the microphone you are hearing right now. The announcements at BSG are brought to you by the Lewitt LCT 440 Pure microphone. BSG is very happy with Lewitt as our premium microphone sponsor. With a focus on your needs and the help of modern and precise manufacturing techniques, Lewitt creates audio gear that makes you sound exceptional, whether you're a recording artist, a content producer, or a streamer, or some guy reading donations and plugs. If you want to upgrade your stream to the next level or need an edge in the studio or live on stage, check out the extensive Lewitt library of award-winning products to find the right microphone for your budget and needs. Or donate up to 50 euros in this marathon, and you will have a chance to win one.
Thank you. So right there, I had to clip past a fence real quick. Normally, you'd have to go get a boar to break it, but that's kind of slow, so we're not going to do that. And right here, I'm trying to do UMD in order to activate map glitch once again, same as we did it in Snow Peak. This time, the application is going to look slightly different. I'm going to transform human, pull my sword, and then backflip a couple of times and scoot on over past the loading zone for this room, and then fall. Anybody read any good books lately?
Reading, this economy.
What's reading?
I don't know.
I always put my games to Japanese when I speedrun, so you know I don't really. There's.
They're just recognizing
Just learn
pictures.
Japanese.
Yeah. I mean, I tried, didn't really fully get it. You know, a little bit here and there. Oh, hey, we're video game.
I do love that
Wait,
random image of the gate. Thank you.
There we are.
Very generous of the game to show us the gate.
The poor
If
guy.
I die there, we soft lock. Don't die there. So what we did during all of that was I used map glitch same way as before to disable all the load zones and void planes. Then I went out of bounds very easily because there's no longer a load zone there and did a jump slash, which causes Link to get some forward momentum. So we can fall forever because there's no void, and we can slowly go forwards until we eventually reach the fight trigger for King Bulblin 3, which extends infinitely downwards. So we can get into the fight, which warps us right back up here, and then fight King Bulblin to actually do all of the stuff without needing to go through the Bulblin camp, which is normally a pretty long sequence.
I do appreciate like just watching the King Bulblin just slowly waddle away.
Twilight Princess, and especially Arbiter's Grounds, has a lot of that. I will shout out a couple of cutscenes in a moment that have that energy to them. Oh, I didn't get the boar slide, alas. And yes, that is a real tech.
Does the boar have a name?
This boar? I don't believe so. I don't know that
Wow.
any of the boars have a name yet. What do you want to name this boar, KillerChair?
Oh, ooh. How about?
Bernard
You
the
know
Boar.
what? I like that. I like that.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
Sounds good.
I like it.
I like
it.
some alliteration in my names.
I'll add it to the sheet. Anyway, here in Arbiter's Grounds, I'm going to just use the claw shot to get around this first room for a second. Use this to open up the gate. And then we'll roll across the sand. So Arbiter's Ground's main gimmick is this quicksand, which you have to either roll across or you'll get sort of stuck in it. Wolflink can actually very easily cover quicksand by repeatedly B attacking, which is probably not intentional, we think. But it is very useful, and we are going to make some great use of that later, because we're going to play this dungeon essentially backwards for most of it. It effectively consists of 2 parts. The Poe sequence, where you have to collect 4 Poe souls. Hint, we're not getting all 4. And then the spinner sequence, where you go to Death Sword, get the spinner, and then make your way to the final boss of the dungeon. As it turns out, though, the game's a little bit funny. Remember how I was talking before about how we only actually need to beat Lakebed Temple and City in the Sky, as well as the other sort of more specifically required dungeons? The reason for that is that out of the main sequence dungeons with the Fused Shadows and the Mirror Shards, the game only actually checks for the last one. So for the Fused Shadows, that's Lakebed Temple, and for the Mirror Shards, that's City in the Sky. You don't have to get any of the other ones in order to actually advance in the story, assuming you can make it everywhere by doing some sequence breaks. Arbiter's Grounds works the same way, where for some reason, this gate that just now closed on us only checks for Poe souls 2, 3, and 4, not 1. So I am simply going to leave. Goodbye, Poe 1. Normally, you would be required to get Poe 1 because you have to get the Poe scent in order to actually make it to Poes 2 and 3. But by doing this cutesy little LJA and then hopping on over and grabbing this ledge, that's a lot harder than it looks. Oh no, there is a way out of this. I just need to transform Wolf real quick. So what I need to do is make my way to the other side here by carefully navigating across this pit. There we go. Then from here, I can transform back to human and claw shot. Where's the claw shot target? It's been a while since I've had to do this. Thank you, Moldorm. Go away, Moldorm. There should be one, I believe. Can I just climb up here? Okay, that's it. Wow. Oh, that's the gimmick. Yep, I remember now. Okay, cool. So now I just have to do the trick again. No big deal. It went by quite quickly the first time. I'm honestly proud of that. Again, that's harder than it looks.
It doesn't look very easy, to be fair.
Then maybe it's just as hard as it looks, because it's not that hard.
Okay.
There we go. A second
Awesome.
LJA gets us across, this time with no trouble. Anyway, doing all of this allows us to play through this Poe section backwards, where the first Poe we're going to get is actually Poe 4, and then we're going to go back for Poes 2 and 3. And by doing that, Poe 4 can give us the Poe scent in order to make it to Poes 2 and 3 without ever needing to fight Poe 1. This only actually saves a little bit of time in terms of fighting Poe 1. That fight doesn't necessarily take super long, but just rerouting like this in general is just a faster way to play through this section. So even runs that do kill and collect Poe 1 will still do this reroute because it is simply faster. 100% is one of my favorite categories for this exact reason, because they will fight Poe 1 as soon as they can, just right after the cutscene, kill him, collect the soul, sniff the corpse to get the Poe scent, and then they will simply go do Poe 1 skip anyway. It's so funny. Anyway, this is Poe 4. Poe 4 has this whole special little mini-boss status where he spawns a bunch of clones of himself. Very classic Poe move. There is a way to, after you've completed one cycle of this, to get him to start the next one extra quickly, depending on which Poe ended up being the real one. There's a bunch of different like patterns that you can do with the movement of Link to manipulate the Poe into starting the attack phase sooner. But it's kind of complicated, and I don't know any of it, so I'm just going to wait. Anyway, this is one of the Poe souls we need. And again, we only need 3 of these, and we don't actually even really need the souls. We just need this Poe dead, but the only way to do that is to get the soul. So all 4 Poes that we're going to kill throughout this run, the one in Giovanni's house and the 3 in Arbiter's Grounds, we don't actually really care about their souls. It's just that killing those Poes is tied to an event of some kind that needs to happen in order for us to advance. It's sort of funny like that. But the Poe souls really just don't do anything. The rewards for them are very sort of completionist type stuff. It's like wallet upgrades and lots of rubies, which we just simply don't need at any percent. I have to push that block repeatedly because otherwise it won't stay pushed if I leave and re-enter. And here I'm getting a red rupee because I do need to get up to 300 by the time we finish the dungeon. Now that we have the Po sent, we can say hi to Po 1 again and then leave again. This cutscene is going to play 3 times, by the way. This is part of what I was talking about Arbiter's Crowns.
I love it already.
It's not great.
Also, shoutouts to always trying to skip a cutscene that you know is unskippable,
Oh, yeah.
but you know,
Yeah,
one
no.
day it might work.
Can't skip S.
I did that in an earlier run
Can't
this weekend.
skip S. It's such a frequent occurrence for Twilight Princess that we have a Twitch emote that's just can't skip S.
Awesome.
I'm going to kill that Red Dead because it's in the way, but also because all Red Deads drop a 20 rupee, or a red rupee worth 20 when killed. So that's a great way to get up to that 300 that we need. That is not the claw shot. You'll note, by the way, just a little speed optimization, that anytime I need to use an aiming item, I'm not actually pressing the item button immediately. I'll go into first person and then press it. Doing that skips the animation of Link like pulling the item out of his pocket and sort of fiddling with it for a second, which is naturally slow, so we don't want to do that. I'm just going to kill these bubbles for safety because they can really complicate the fight with Po 2, so we're not going to do that. Po 2, actually the second Po that we get, despite the fact that we didn't get Po 1. Oh yeah. I love this cutscene. You know, I spend a minute of my life watching this cutscene every time I do this run. Or like the Po associated cutscenes in general. Not just this one, but like this in the door, right?
I try not to think how much time I've spent watching
This
cutscenes
rat?
of my speed games.
Yeah.
This rat I just killed is called Remy with an I.
What? Not Remy?
Remy with
It's
an I.
Remy, yep.
There were 2 separate rats, the 2 separate people named Remy with a Y. And when I was doing the spreadsheet and we found out about that, we had to disambiguate them somehow. And so this one is Remy with an I now. That last stair, you always have to climb up, no matter how much speed you have, or whether you're Wolf Link or Human Link. You always have to take an extra big little steppy to get up that last one for some reason. This is why I pushed the block earlier. It needed to stay pushed in order for me to get up here once I'd gotten the key from the Po 2 area. We're still going through this all backwards. In case you're familiar with the game, you'll note this is a little bit funky. We need this key for this door that doesn't have a lock on it. Oh, there's the lock. It was on the other side. Arbiter's Grounds is a fun dungeon. We also just walked past a trigger that caused torches to light in a different room, this one, and you heard the sound effect for it, but nothing visually changed. Doing things backwards is so funny. Oh,
They make entire categories out of that.
it's true.
Yeah.
There you go. That Redead took a little more trouble than it should have, but we got it in the end. These Stalkin here are a real problem when you're fighting Po 3, so I'm just going to take care of them real quick. Hey, okay. Thanks, bud. Okay, he went much faster the second time. Very happy to see that. How long they take to sort of just meander about before they become vulnerable is random as far as I know, so a little unfortunate that.
What a good cutscene.
Oh yeah.
I
One of
think
the
the
best.
3rd time is the best one.
Yeah.
Oh, did I not pick up the red? Oops. I'm gonna kill this other Redead as well then. I only actually need 3 more rupees, but this is just a convenient location to get them. It's fine. If I'd felt bold, I would have broken the skulls and pots instead, which would have been slightly faster, but obviously not guaranteed. So I'm gonna choose to do this. This skull, however, has a guaranteed heart in it. So I'm gonna grab that real quick. There's actually some mild danger of dying throughout this dungeon. There's just a lot of things that can incidentally deal weirdly high amounts of damage.
Shoutouts to Can't Skip S.
Can't skip S, can't skip S, can't skip S, can't skip S. We have to watch this whole gate open, by the way.
I mean, that pales in comparison to watching that gate for 7 hours.
True. You've got a point. All right, now we're on to the second half of Arbiter's Grounds. First thing we're going to do is a funny little sequence break. Early boss key. I am just simply going to B attack into this wall repeatedly.
Awesome.
Yeah, that'll teach it.
There we go. It's ridiculously easy to clip past that pillar and then just repeatedly B attack up to the ledge, jump up here, and get the boss key. You are not supposed to get this without the spinner, and you're supposed to enter this room from this door that I'm now exiting. It's great. These spinner rails are also perfect for me to just sort of jump around on, but unfortunately going down immediately is a little bit faster unless you really know what you're doing. If you do jump around on them, what you would do is sort of make your way across the top of it and then immediately side hop to sort of skip over some parts of this whole section. But that's quite difficult to do, and I don't actually go for it. There we go. Whee! Now I'll transform Wolf. Now in the spreadsheet, there should be the names of some scarabs. We're going to need those in a minute. Thank you, Link. Can you please go in the sand, Link? Thank you. First, though, I do have to dispatch some Stalfos because the gate that's blocking my way requires these Stalfos be dead before it opens. I'm going to walk over here. Okay, now I know what it does. Cool, yeah, we can use this on the Stalfos. All right. Going to use the ball and chain to kill this first one and then just wait for the other two to approach me slowly. Link? Thank you. The ball and chain has a deceptively short range when you're spinning it like that. Obviously, it has quite a high range if you're actually throwing it, so it's a little bit clunky. These scarabs here do not have a name, as far as I know.
They are all called
these
Christopher.
Scarabs right here, in particular. What is it?
Yeah, these are called Christopher.
Yep. All but one of the scarabs in the room, in the sand, in the room before Death's Sword.
Yep.
They're all Christopher.
All of those are Christopher except one, which I believe is Sebastian.
That is true, yes.
Yes. So those scarabs were named impulsively by several of the people who were in chat at the moment that I posited that I was building this spreadsheet. So I was talking in the general chat of the TP Speedrunning Discord server, and I showed, what I had so far and was asking people if they could remember anything else when a couple of people started really goofing off and decided to name the scarabs that. So here we are.
Lovely.
Also, all of the bats that Death Sword turns into when he dies are named what again?
Trevor?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Yep. They are Trevor.
I wasn't supposed to do that. It's fine, though. So, interestingly, if you never finish a combo on Death Sword, but only hit him with triples, he will never get back up, and you can just keep doing this until he dies. That fight is supposed to take 3 cycles.
Nice.
There's also a way to skip Death Sword, and I mean, in fact, there's several ways, but they're all incredibly difficult, and so, at my level, it's not really worth going for, because setting up Death Sword skip is hard and sort of takes a bit of time, so if you fail it, then you still have to fight Death Sword afterwards. It's like a whole thing. So I don't go for it, because it's really only like a 20-second time lost and not, and it's much, much safer. But it's a very cool trick. It would involve doing another super jump like what we did before with Jamal, where you use a Midna charge to get a bunch of extra height for no reason. And you would use that to get on top of the door leading to the spinner, and then just jump down and get the spinner without ever killing Death Sword.
I'm sorry, that's just a Beyblade.
That's true, it is a Beyblade. All right. So having acquired the spinner, as per usual, we just sort of save quit. We just got a dungeon item, so, that's the tradition. This time, on our way through this first room, I'm going to be Wolf, because since I don't need to go over to pull the chain over there, just B attacking through the sand is actually a little faster than navigating as human. Walking up the stairs is faster than walking up the slope, for some reason. Save quitting after Death Sword is actually very important, because going the intended way and using the spinner, you get to do a bunch of cool stuff. There's a heart piece there, and you get to sort of practice with the spinner and bounce around all these rails and things. But doing that takes a long time to actually get you to Stallard. Whereas, you know, we're on the way to Stallard right now. You have to get to this spinner socket to open this door in front of us. And so, you know, that's very close to the start of the dungeon. So save quitting is just much better. Hundo would do a little bit of the spinner stuff just to get the heart piece and then save quit anyway. Whee!
That fly really likes you.
I know, I've noticed. It's a little obnoxious.
Oh yeah, he's been bugging his ear bag as well. He's going all around.
He's been bugging you. Oh, no dear. That was almost bad.
Almost. I do love the spinner, by the way. It's such
Me
a,
too.
Such a fun.
It is a fun item.
wish
In
I
the
could use more.
randomizer for this game, they increased the speed of the spinner, so it's actually useful for getting around. But unfortunately, in the base game, it's so slow. It is just not worth it. There
Sure.
are certain rooms where the speed is just like specifically increased, like the Stallard boss arena. So in those rooms, it's good for movement, but there's like 3 of them. So, you know.
Shout outs to randomizers for quality of life updates.
Oh, yeah.
For real.
All right, Stallard time. There's a way to skip this boss fight that's kind of infamous. It's very difficult. I am not going to do it. The fight is very fun, though, so it's fine. First phase, we get to play pinball. Can't skip past.
Can't skip this.
Skip past. Yes! So yeah, the first cycle is free, but from here he's going to spawn little guys to block the way, and it gets a little more interesting. There exists a very famous clip of a different speedrunner, well, I say famous, you know, within the community, of a different speedrunner, the Prince of None, fighting Stallard, just getting the worst possible RNG on the way that he and his troops move, and having a respectful, civilized chat about it with the game, which I can highly recommend. I just deactivated the spinner like a smart pants. So the cool part is you're not allowed to activate the spinner while you're inside the sand in this arena, meaning you have to just roll back out, wait for the Beyblade, get hit by the Beyblade, and then go back in. There's a hand. Perfect. So you're starting to see what the problem with Stallard is, I'm sure, if you didn't already know. Okay, well, okay. This is great. This is content right here. So yeah, Stallard is another one of those things that's not actually necessarily very difficult, but that I just struggle with a lot personally. Specifically Stallard 1. Stallard 2 isn't as bad, the second phase of the fight. But, dude, there's always just been something that I don't quite get about this fight. Okay, if I bounce off of this guy, there we go. Yeesh. Now I have to do that a third time, and the third time's the worst, so we'll see how this goes. Wait for him to face me, and then just scoot past so he spawns the big wall. Okay, there wasn't anybody here. Sweet. Oh dear, hello.
Wow.
He just wants
Whole
all the
gang.
screen time.
Yep.
You just asked
Ow.
if the whole squad wants to pull up.
For real.
All right, there we go. Now I bounce off of this guy. Nope. Wait. Wait, let me cook. Do not let me cook. It's burnt. Spinner. Yep. Okay. Yep. This is why that very colorful clip of Prince exists. Stallard can just be a bit of a jerk if he so chooses. Sometimes there's just not a whole lot you can do. Like, there was no backboard there, so you can't really hit him at that point. Okay, there we go. There's a guy here. Oh, there's a hand. There's a hand. There's a hand. What? Okay,
I
spawn
for one
the
am
wall.
thoroughly enjoying this.
I'm glad you are.
Liking the gamer noises.
There we go. Okay.
Good job.
That fight is not difficult. It's really not. I'm just really bad at it.
It feels about the same as actually playing pinball.
Yeah, it really does. Sometimes it just doesn't work and you don't know why.
Yeah.
Sometimes the ball just goes straight back in for no
Yep.
reason. You don't even get a chance. Like literally right there, right? Like if the stout troops don't spawn and you have nothing to bounce off of, it's just like, oh, back to the rail.
Yeah.
Anyway, at least he's dead now. We won't have to keep fighting him. Finally, we can move on and get out of this dungeon.
Hey, where's there a rail on the side of that pillar that's rising up? That's
Yeah,
weird.
there's rails everywhere here. That's just how they used to get around back in the old
so.
days.
I guess so.
Easy way to get up and also
Yeah.
get
Environmental
down.
storytelling, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
Aw.
Okay, I actually have to do a cool thing here. Hold on.
Ah, yeah, that was cool.
3, 4, 5. Dang it. All right.
Aw.
I can set it up again, though. 1, 2,
Oh.
3, 4. No, not quite. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Well, I don't have any more health, so I shouldn't keep going for it. But there is a way to knock the head down just right here, right from the very start, where if you just time it very particularly with him shooting the fireball, you can spinner such that you just barely cut under the fireball and then catch up to him before he can get away. And you can hit him so that he gets knocked down and you can actually start damaging him. But it's a little bit precise, and it gets way more difficult after the first time. So it wasn't likely for me to get it on any of those subsequent attempts, but it was worth going for. Okay.
So rude.
Thanks, Stellard. So it goes. This is sort of what I was talking about how, like, Arbiter's Grounds does weirdly high amounts of damage. I went into this fight with, I think, 3 1/4 hearts, something to that effect. And every Stallard attack just does a full heart. So we, got knocked out pretty quickly. That really shouldn't have happened. No part of this fight is actually very difficult, but I don't know. So it goes, right? Can't skip us.
That's good. Best.
All right. How about this? This time, I will have a clean fight, and we can forget about the first one. Okay, great start. Skip us.
What first one?
What? Thank you, Sid. You get me. All right, easy.
Ooh, first try. See, this is going well. This is going well. You've got
Good
this.
start.
Yeah, well. All right, let's try. Terrifying, thank you. Sometimes they just fully spawn on your head, and there's literally nothing you can... Well, there was something I could have done about that one. Ooh.
Okay. Good recovery.
I think one's about to spawn on my head from here. Very close.
Wow. Oh, that's mean.
We spawned the wall. Now I can bounce back. There we go.
Awesome.
That's more so what that's supposed to look like.
Easy.
Again, it's not hard. It's just like a little bit of RNG and a lot of being stupid.
It was a good first try, though, this fight.
Yeah.
Practice paid off.
You should commit to the bit again of like, oh, he's not really dead.
Oh, yeah.
You're really gonna sell it. This is the first attempt.
Yeah.
What do you mean again?
Yeah, what are you
bit?
talking about? He's clearly dead.
Yeah,
like, you're
we
delusional.
did it. The world is saved.
Yeah.
His skull's right there.
Yeah.
He's obviously dead, or at least, deader than he was before.
Yeah.
We can get out of this dungeon, collect our heart piece, and go.
Yeah. Hey, what's that pillar coming out of the ground with the weird rails on the side?
Yeah, it's funny. I guess that's just how they used to get around in the
I
olden
guess
days.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
A good bit of environmental storytelling.
yeah, for real.
I mean, how else are you gonna get up there? Take stairs?
Oh my god! What?
A second phase.
Nah, that's crazy.
The couch exploding behind me kind of jump scared me, I'm not gonna lie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man!
He's so rude.
2, 3, 4, and... No. Okay, well, all right. I'm not gonna try it again. I've learned my lesson. We'll just go. This has been the Arbiter's Grounds of all time. You can tell why we want to skip this part, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, even the gameplay isn't actually interesting. You just sort of go back and forth until you don't anymore. Blah. All right, and now we just spin attack him.
Spin to win.
So true. I think I said we're going to spin attack him. Thank you. Oh, no. I hate to say it, but doing the one cycle there isn't even hard. And it's genuinely a big problem, because doing any amount of extra cycles here means you have to contend with these things, and that means you have to go back and forth a bunch, which can lose you height, which means that this just takes significantly longer than the first cycle did. This whole business has not been going great, I'll not lie. For those who don't know me personally, I'm the type of guy who goes to bed at 9 p.m. most nights. What time is it?
11.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm feeling the eep.
Hey, first try, 1 cycle. Very good.
I mean, he died on a cycle. So
Yeah.
clearly that cycle was the one in question. I don't know what you're confused about. How do you get up here? I just want to ask, how did he get up here this fast, and can we learn how to do it? That would be really nice. Rocket Link. If you could somehow flood the Star-Lord arena, yes, you could do Rocket Link. That would be interesting, actually. Just pour all the... You know how in the Morpheal arena, all of the water gets poured out after you kill Morpheal? What if we just pour that water into the Star-Lord arena?
Ah,
There's an idea.
that'll kill both bosses in the same...
No, I don't think Star-Lord needs to breathe. I don't think that works.
Why don't we just take the water and push it somewhere else?
Oh, wait, I need to be Wolf here. Hang on. Okay, well, we've put all that silliness behind us, so now we can move on to some new and more interesting silliness. First things first, Shadow Beasts, which aren't really new or interesting or all that silly, but this time there's 5 of them. So I guess for those of you who are really into counting, that might constitute interesting.
I love counting.
I hate counting.
I can only count to 4.
Bunch of nerds. Notice how I didn't give a specified number, but rather a sort of general descriptor,
Yeah.
just to emphasize how much I hate counting. Anyway, these guys are just Shadow Beasts, it's whatever. But from here on out, something interesting happens, because I'm just going to warp away immediately. I don't want to look at any of the long cutscenes here, because some of those aren't skippable and it's a whole thing. So I'm just going to leave. But you're not supposed to be able to warp away here. And so there's this little Midna prompt on the map of, no, look, the mirror's right there. We got to go to the mirror. That's supposed to stop you. But if you zoom all the way in on the map, that prompt doesn't happen. And so you can just kind of teleport anyway, which is awesome. But unfortunately, because we haven't cleared that Midna text yet, we do have to now zoom in like that every time that we warp from here on out. But that's well worth it. We're not going to warp all that many times anymore, so that time loss from that little bit of extra movement on the map, it's not really going to matter. Anyway, to get into City in the Sky, we need the Sky Cannon, which is right over here in the basement. You're supposed to get the Dominion Rod, repower the Dominion Rod, and then move this statue. And all of that would take like an hour, so we're just going to not...
Yeah.
That
Beautiful.
statue's collision is hilariously tiny, and you can just sort of go past it without any trouble. Midna refuses to warp the cannon because Shad is here. Clearly, Shad is here. But if you map warp while Midna is hovering above the cannon, you can actually just warp anyway, even while Shad is actually here if you didn't glitch the game out. So we don't have to bother with that. Now we have the 300 rupees from Snow Peak Ruins and Arbiter's Grounds, so we can pay Fire to repair the cannon to get into City in the Sky. Hopefully that dungeon will go a little better than Arbiter's Grounds did.
What do you mean? You got it like first try.
I mean, the boss fight went well, but
Yeah.
you know, the dungeon was still
Yeah.
sort of whatever, you know?
Oh.
I'm very surprised that that counted as behind the pole. Right, this time I do actually just have to talk to Fire rather than use the memo. So this time I won't have to save quit away. I mean, nothing happened, Valyssa, sorry.
Okay, sure. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Funky music. Also, Fire takes a week to repair this thing. I'm sure Ganondorf hasn't advanced any of his evil plans by now.
Nah. Villains always wait for the heroes to do something, right?
It's true. Okay. Here we go, buddy. Anyone who's a big fan of Uka will have a nice little moment coming up.
Don't you mean man chicken?
Man chicken.
Magic.
We are about to hear lots of Uka noises for a long time.
Okay, but also, why does it have legs? Why is it just a Metal Gear?
Why doesn't it have legs?
Why does it?
Why do you have legs? Like, you can't just ask that.
You're right, I'm sorry.
I mean, we have a long ladder. We have a weird mechanical thing with legs. This is just a Metal Gear game.
Yeah, it's true, honestly. I haven't seen any snakes yet.
Have you seen any cardboard boxes by chance?
There are cardboard boxes. There's cardboard boxes in the corner of
Wow.
Eldin, but they're not like cardboard. They're more like, I guess they're supposed to be wood, but they're like weirdly solid for wood, you know? Like
Solid?
Weirdly solid.
This game's also got liquid.
of course, yeah. Actually, there is an eel. That sort of counts as a liquid snake.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm counting it. It's all coming up Kojima.
As it always does. How many bombs do I have? 5. That's not enough. I'm going to go pick up some extra bombs from this chest.
You know what other game has bombs?
Honestly, Kojima will find a way to put this into canon.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, goodness. All right. Anyway, this chest contains 15 water bombs, unless it's the one that contains 20 rupees. It's the one that contains 15 water bombs. Cool. That would have been embarrassing. But yeah, that's good. So now I have some extra water bombs for use later. We needed them to fight Morpheal. We'll need them again. Wrong one. We'll need them again to fight Zant, because Zant's Morpheal phase, you would also normally use the Zora armor for, and so we're going to have to do the same trick again. You don't need as many bombs for Zant, because the fight just isn't as long, because it's only a single part of the Zant fight. But we will need some, and 5 is a little bit risky for a marathon. It's plenty to do it, absolutely. You really only need 2. But I'd rather not like screw around too much with that one. Certainly not when we're already like not doing so great, I don't think. So right here, it's time for a lot more LJAs. This is fun. I'm also going to make a quick safety save. By the same token, actually. Safety save is very important here. We'd lose like 5 minutes if I didn't do it. Oh, hello. Oh, right. That's how I should have backed up at Isa. Oh, no. Too little too late now, but I've at least remembered it for in the future. If I mess up at Isa the way that I did earlier, I can actually still do the old strat, Norgor, and get the bomb bag a different way. Whoops.
Oh, gosh.
So I was trying to roll, right? So I pressed A because I was like, okay, I've landed on the ground, let's roll. And then because I hit the Helmasaur, the recoil sent me to the ledge, and I just let go because that's the same button because Nintendo. Oh, thank you. The Helmasaurus. Damage boosting, so true.
Yeah.
The Helmasaurus in the room coming up, that's just a large Helmasaur, is called Leroy. And if I approach him, you'll see why. I approached that door very carefully. There's reasons for that. Don't worry about it.
He'll come over and introduce himself to us.
He's
Goodbye,
a big fan of you.
If you get anywhere where he can see you, he'll just like charge, and it's a real problem later on. Equip spinner, drop down, spinner into the socket. There we go. I'm going to try to do a cutesy thing here where when the bridge is almost done like unfolding, I'm going to cancel the spinner and let the momentum that the bridge has built up carry it the rest of the way so that I can spend a second just doing a roll here in the middle of that cutscene. It's a cute little micro optimization. We're going to get to do that one more time on a second bridge later. And it would have also technically been possible to do something similar, but less important than that on the big spinner thing leading up to Stalord. But that one only saves like a couple of frames, so forget about that. No real reason to do it in actual runs. I need the claw shot. So in just a second, we're going to perform P-Hat Argarok cutscene skip, which is a hell of a name. But that's where the other Kargarok that we were talking about before, Cork, will come into play. And he will almost definitely come into play. Unless I'm like super fast, he's going to get in my way.
The Cork's the one that was right below Kirk.
It's true.
Yeah.
But they're very far apart in the game.
Yeah.
This list is in no particular order currently. But, you know, I might make it alphabetical later.
Or order of appearance in
That's not bad, but that's sort of dependent on the category still, and not all of these names are from the same category, so
That's
like
fair.
that doesn't necessarily make sense. Anyway, we won't have to talk to Cork. That's great. I just got the skip immediately. So there's a cutscene trigger on the stairs there. So by targeting the P hat up top, I can side hop onto that broken rock. And then from there, I can jump across the banister from the stairs and actually get over without needing to hit the cutscene trigger. What that achieves is it prevents the bridge from getting destroyed, which is great in and of itself. But also, it prevents our save quit location from being changed to a different part of the dungeon than it is now, because currently our save quit spot is the chest that contained that small key that I got just now. And that's a very convenient location to go back to later, so we'd like to keep it that way. Excuse me, we'd like to keep it that way. Failing Argarok cutscene skip, whichever way that you do it, I use the P-hat, would cost like 2 minutes or something crazy. It's like a big deal for basically no reason. It's very annoying because it just means that you have to walk around City in the Sky a bunch more. You don't even really do a whole lot. But yeah, luckily the trick isn't super difficult, so it's usually fine. Okay, next up I'm going to use the boomerang some more to jump across some more gaps. City in the Sky is sort of the Gale Boomerang dungeon where we're just going to use it everywhere. Like, you're supposed to use the iron boots to make it past this stream of wind on the left-hand side, but, like, why would you do that when you can do this?
That is way cooler.
It's way cooler, and it's way faster. It's great. We're also going to do a long jump attack off of an enemy, though, just in a second here. There's a tile worm over there, which I'm going to target. I'm going to do a quick attack to get rid of that Koos, and then just... Okay, well, I messed it up, but so it goes. This is a really interesting one because if you land on the tile worm, which is what happens if you long jump attack towards it normally, he'll just knock you off. That's how tile worms are supposed to work. Away with you. But if you long jump attack while the wind is blowing down, the wind will blow you to the right just a smidge, so you can actually clear it. And then we can do another boomerang LJA to get over here, pull the claw shot and enter this room. I'm going to try to use the claw shot to scare these two Dynalphos into just falling to their deaths instead of having to actually take the time to kill them properly. It didn't work. Close enough. It is possible to use the claw shot to scare both of them into falling. It's very cool because when the claw shot goes close to them, they'll do the little shield animation, and you know that moves them backwards just a smidge. But then when they go back, they move forwards just a smidge, and so depending on their position, you can get them to fall in a variety of gaps, which is very cool. Now that we've activated this wind stream, I'm just going to grab a man chicken. I said I'm going to grab a man chicken. And then we're going to go over here. I need you and you. Zoom the camera out a little bit. So now I can use iron boots to sort of control my height a little more. And the next few rooms are all going to be like this, where we use the Uka to navigate around. But there's a cutesy little skip in the middle of this one, which is a little difficult. Definitely might not get it, but we'll see. I'm going to try to use this next wind spout to get up on top of this broken wall. There we go. And then I'm going to line this up sort of specifically so that I'll jump off the edge and then grab onto this ledge. There we are. Perfect.
Very nice.
That only saves like 20 seconds or so of having to navigate around that room, but it is very cool. Okay. Thank you. Whee! I love this room. It's so funny. It's possible to do that without the Uka. You'll take damage, but it's actually not very difficult to line up such that you'll just land on that last ledge where we need to go. You can just do that. All right, time for Aralfos skip. This one's difficult. A lot less difficult than it used to be a couple months ago, to be fair, but...
Oh, that setup's only a couple months old?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so specifically DTail here is trying to do a setup to get into basically a pixel perfect position on the ground and aim the claw shot right at a target above the gates. It's incredibly precise, so that's super nice. Also, you didn't get slam dunked, so that's good.
Until about half a year ago or so, we used to do that by hand. You manually aimed pixel perfectly to hit that. And just to be clear, it's only the vertical that's pixel perfect. The horizontal is pretty broad and it's fine. But so you have to just sort of slowly inch your cursor downwards, and you're on a ticking timer because if the Aralphos hits you, you get out of position and the trick becomes impossible because repositioning is just like not possible. You have to just void out, go back in the arena the way you came the first time in order to try again. But the Aralphos fight is really slow, so you would actually keep trying the skip. And it sort of sucks doing it manually. The Wildebeest has done that blindfolded. This man is insanely good at the game. I think he has that recording up somewhere. I could recommend it. It was cool. But in any event, with the new setup, it's all much easier. And I could do it blindfolded probably if I really had to. But it's just a frame-perfect item wheel pull now, where once you've got that, you can just buffer the vertical angle perfectly from there. And a frame-perfect item wheel pull that you can sort of retry repeatedly because you keep pausing the game by pulling the item wheel is okay. Much easier than doing everything else. So I messed up significantly. We are just going to back this up by hand. That definitely sucks a whole bunch, but it is what it is. So yeah, that's about 5 minutes. Which sucks. Okay. This might also take a little bit extra long because, like, I don't necessarily fully remember everything. Oh dear, hang on. Let me actually look at the map. So what's gone wrong is the fan up at the top of the main room shouldn't be on. Okay, yeah, no, it's the other side. So what I'm going to have to do is go through this part sort of more or less casually for a moment, where we're going to have to go through a long section in the west wing of the dungeon where you can use the double claw shots to get around. And so I'm going to just go up here. If the fan weren't on, I could go up to it just by claw shotting up to those vines that I was aiming at before. And we could skip past the fan and past the outside section that comes after just by doing a trick called Kai Clip, which would, speed this whole process up significantly. As it stands, though, we're going to have to go through the west wing, like I said, and we have to use the double claw shots. This is the way you're supposed to do it. You go to the west wing to get the key, to the east wing to get the double claw shots, then back to the west wing to get the boss key, and then you go up north to actually fight the boss. Normally, the way that we would do this, we would manage to cut out this trip that I'm doing right now to the west wing. Now, luckily, this part is kind of cool. I do genuinely love City in the Sky. This is probably my favorite dungeon. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm okay to just drop. Cool. But I don't actually necessarily remember terribly well how to do this, and it is certainly very slow. So, apologies for that. Luckily, this is certainly just an easy enough backup to do, though. I don't need to mess around with any backup saves necessarily for this one. It's just not pretty. But that's all right. I do need to remember where to go. That's sort of the hard part at this point. To go down here. Oh, yeah. Clear the babas. So that'll do. You'll remember I made a safety save before that door where I was a little bit weird and I told you not to worry about it. That was in order to try and skip the fan turning on. But because I was very confident that it was fine, I didn't actually bother to look up, which I definitely should have. Meaning that we've already overwritten that save since then, and so we're just fully on a save where the fan is on, and there's not a whole lot that I can do about that at this point. Save for loading a backup save, which again is just not super necessary for this. It just sort of sucks, but it's okay. There is a cool skip that I do get to do in a room or two from now that we wouldn't otherwise get to show off, so there is at least that.
Bonus content.
Honestly, yeah, to some degree. Now, I will have to kill this big baba, which, a little sad, but there we go. I also have to kill this serpent. Thank you, cutscene.
Those are called serpents? They're not just a variation of babas?
Deku serpent. Or baba serpent, one or the other. Is it this claw shot? It must be. Because I'm in the right corner. So yeah, it is that claw shot. Cool. Like I said, it's been a long time since I did this. So now I just have to go along here. This is one of the worst parts of the dungeon casually, and I think you can tell why. Because Link is too big for this. You can't just really walk along here very easily. The keys aren't that much of a threat. I wouldn't worry about that, but... Okay, now I need to wash out up here. There we go. And then... There we go. All right. This brings us to the outside section. This is where that little time save is that I was talking about. First thing that I have to do, well, okay, first thing I have to do is not get grabbed by the Baba, but like that shouldn't be too difficult. Just waiting for this P hat. Where's the P hat? Hello? There it is. Oh, there's two. I think that's on the other side, so I don't need that. Sorry for the sort of, you know, weird change of pace. It's just like, I don't remember this stuff well. There's only really one way to go from here. Nice, okay. Did get the little P hat there. And
Minus the
now...
little wall clip.
Yeah, that's just because the claw shot just allows you to do that. So right here, I need to remember where to aim exactly, but it shouldn't be too bad. So the goal here is to get the boomerang to go out of bounds for a second. Not quite right. That's okay. Voiding out and dying here is totally fine because game overing in Twilight Princess doesn't actually like erase any progress, and it'll put me right back in that room I was just in, so it's really no trouble. This is a brilliant example of a game that just does not need this system. It's just like, why would there be an extra long load every so many voids or every so many bad things happening? It's just like very silly, but oh well. If it sent you back to the start of the dungeon, like some other Zelda games do, it would make more sense, but it's just like... doesn't do that. I don't know, I'm sort of rambling at this point. I am not going to make it to the other P-hat, am I? Yep. Oh, well.
Unfortunate.
It's okay. So what I'm trying to do over there, you know, it's just another boomerang LJ. We've done a lot of those. But the point of this one is, with this room, it's like this mini puzzle where you're supposed to press a couple of buttons to open up a couple of gates to allow the P-hats to pass through and allow you to actually get over everywhere where you need to go. Doing that LJ skips most of that. But I don't fully remember where you're supposed to put it. Thank you. Okay. So, as I recall, hang on. I've had an idea. That's the P-hat. We don't need to target the P-hat. I remember now. I do remember now. Okay, that's at least good. We're making progress. I do have to do this again, though. Curses.
As we're making our way back, mind if I read up some prizes?
Certainly
that,
not.
that
Go
people
right
can
ahead.
donate for?
We could use some stuff.
Oh, absolutely, because we've already like mentioned some of the wonderful sponsors that have donated some prizes, but we also have some very lovely community members that have donated various amounts of prizes. For instance, Fearful was kind enough to donate a Ditto plush, which you can donate 15 euros or more for to be able to get it. Giangetto has a nice Pokemon bundle of merch that you can donate 10 euros or more for. And then we also have Mies, who has a Last of Us merch bundle, also for 10 euros or more. And we even have a Vivi Amigurumi by Orania for 20 euros or more. So thank you to our wonderful community members who are also providing some very cool prizes.
Thank you, Sid. At this point, I'm just going to do the room casually. It's not worth it to keep trying this forever. So what that means is I have to grab... Where is he? Oh, it's that one. No, that's the stationary one. Oh, he's right there. Okay. I have to grab this P-hat, and then you have to do this little puzzle where you can't pass through that thin part of the breach in this wall, so you have to go under it.
Mm.
Wow.
Because the chain is thinner than Link.
Yeah. And then you have to wait a whole bunch. typical, honestly.
So how's it
There's a
hanging with
reason
you
we like
guys?
to skip all of this. Boop. Wow, we made it. Man. So if I had gotten the LJA, we would have been able to just go into the door on that other side of the place to immediately get to that section with this long string of p-hats without needing to go through the bit with the with the chain being thinner than Link, right? Dynalphos, you can't use the ending blow on. They are simply too fast when they get up, but you can cheese them in other ways. Now, I need to find the correct spot to stand on. Here we go. We do get to do some more cool skips. This is stuff that I know because I ran back in the day before we found KillerChair, which meant that even if you got fan skip, you would still have to do this outside section. And there is some cool time save here, as it turns out. Well, not like that.
Yeah, with these kind of setups, it's very easy to just forget the specifics over time.
Oh, yeah. This first one's very easy because we also used to do this in glitchless, so I know this as well. I mean, we still do, but I don't run glitches anymore. But like this LJA, I only actually learned for like a week or two, you know, when I was already running any percent glitched, but we didn't have KillerChair yet. So that one's giving me some trouble for sure. I'll just go across the ropes now. 2 tries is enough. I'll bite the bullet. The nice thing about having such a big mistake on a marathon run like this is that at this point, going across the casual way like this is just like no hurt to my pride anymore. It's fine. So we do get to say hi to an extra Poe. We're not going to kill him, but, he's here. Sorry, wait, yeah, I'm still doing this wrong. Hold on. There is an easier LJA here, but that means I need to actually kill the Poe. Hold up. He'll get in the way otherwise. Well, he'll get in the way anyway, so it seems. Buddy. Okay.
Oh, how rude.
This Poe is a bit of a handful, huh? Alright, so we get an extra Poe soul. Look at that. If I LJ from here, if I remember correctly, it should be easier. Because I can actually target above this part. Still didn't make it. All right. That just means that we're doing this fully casual route, which means going up here.
You've got this.
I think it's understandable if I'm a little low energy right now.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's totally valid.
It's so late.
It happens. It's late, and
Interestingly, human Link can't climb ropes.
you got a lot of the hard part at the start of the run, though. That was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? I was still all like hyped up for that. Is this no? This is not the correct rope. I think we go along the other way because this will lead. Yeah, to more. Yeah, this should be right. Or no, it's not. No, I was definitely right before. My bad. It was nice to get all of the difficult stuff at the start of the run. Like, I think Pillar Clip was first try, Sword and Shield Skip was second try. Early Master Sword took a moment, but that's fine. That trick is not very punishing. And so on. And I got a good number of like cute little things as well that I sort of got to talk about. Okay, great. It's fine. I get off my back. But like, yeah. I mean, this is why I mentioned that I'm an early sleeper usually, because it's just like, I feel like I'm keeping up the talking well, but honestly, if I go back and watch this VOD and find out that I was speaking nonsense the entire time, I wouldn't be too surprised because I sort of feel like I'm having a stroke.
Do you smell toast?
I don't smell toast.
Then you're good.
But I'm
You're
also
fine.
heavily allergic to half the things on the planet, so I can't usually smell anything ever. So
I feel
Hey,
you.
that's a mood.
We can also take a moment to appreciate some of the other very interesting name choices.
That sounds like
the
a great
community
idea.
has
Go
come
right
up with.
ahead, yeah.
We
Actually,
have.
we did just make it, actually. There's one for this room. There's one for this room. One of these two Helmosaurs, this one specifically over here, this is Jenkins.
I see.
I do see a Jenkins. Yep.
Is there also a Leroy then somewhere?
Yes, he's
yeah.
at the bottom of the room.
That's beautiful. But I
Wait.
just wanted to take a moment to appreciate
Oh, no.
Sir Boberto
Oh, right, I remember.
Pippin's
I
the
remember.
third E.
Yes, Sir Roberto Pippins III Esquire.
Esquire.
Okay, so I do have to go back up again. That is the Bokoblin on the left side of the south side of the Kakariko Gorge, which can sometimes hit you when you're trying to set up the LJA that they do in Hundo to get the heart piece that's there. I believe. Am I right? Or did I get that wrong?
I was not processing that. I'm sorry.
I think that's the Bokoblin in Kakariko Gorge.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's what I thought.
Indeed.
That's what I thought. Shoutouts as well to Henry Simon Phil. So, okay, if you're familiar with Twilight Princess, do you remember the room in Goron Mines right before the boss room, the room that contains the boss door? It's this big long corner, and there's a bunch of Bulblins, and it's this sort of final gauntlet of like, fight these Bulblins and then the boss. And it's this whole cool little thing, and there's lava at the bottom of it. You don't really have to interact with the lava at all, but it's there. As it turns out, there is an extra Bulblin in the pack of Bulblins that spawns, that actually spawns inside the lava and immediately burns to death. And we call that
Beautiful.
Bulblin Henry Simon Phil.
Yep, that's incredible.
I just
So
love
good.
that there's an entire spreadsheet full of these
It's
things.
so
What
good.
a wonderful community.
There's 35 entries, excluding the sheep.
Excluding the goats. This is true. There's 20
goats.
additional goats. I'm very low on health. This is so terrifying. Okay. We have made it. So now, how do I even get out from here? I can't really remember. Is it just back out through here? Yeah, because the fan's still on. I'm having to do a lot of just like actual exploration, which is very unfortunate because, again, I just don't remember this stuff well enough. I'm probably missing things. It is what it is. Actually, no, wait. On second thought, I do remember. I remember how we do this back in Glitchless, back in the day. Save quit. Because, of course, I
When in doubt, save and
believe
quit.
this should work. I might be getting confused with the save quits because there's like 3 other save quits in this dungeon. I might be getting it confused, but I think this should work. Yeah, this just gets us back here. This is the way Glitchless does it. Cool. Now I'm also healed back up, which is very convenient. Also, I guess if you know, since we have a bunch of extra time, I can talk about a cool little micro optimization that I've actually been doing like 100 times throughout this run, which is that anytime I need to save and quit, rather than save and then say no on the keep playing prompt, I actually save, and as soon as I've selected a file for saving to, I immediately do a soft console reset. That'll be totally fine in terms of the save file. Nothing weird happens to it at all. It actually saves quite quickly. It doesn't need all of that time. That's just, I don't know, that's the way the animation is, whatever. But so if you just save quit out immediately, that gets you back to the title screen way faster than waiting to go through the text prompt. So over the course of this run, you know, that's already saved like probably just shy of a minute, maybe. It's like a second or so every time. I don't know how often I've save quit exactly. It's a little over a second, so, you know, maybe like a minute or so. So that's neat. Anyway, we are now back on track where I can start doing actual any % things again. So if you were like doing something else, now's the time to lock back in. These fans are supposed to be on for this part, where you would shoot back and forth across them and wait to turn the correct direction. But instead, I'm going to use the claw shots and then a clever LJA, a double LJA, in fact. Very particular positioning. There. Hello, Karkarock. Okay, messed it up. Going to use that to quickly get across these fans, just like across the top of them. You can stand on them, as it turns out. They're just full objects that are here. And we can get on top of them by grabbing onto the fans themselves from higher than, well, than the fan is. So by standing on top of one fan and then claw-shotting onto the next, we get put in the ledge grab animation rather than just grabbing onto the wall with the claw shot. So by doing that, we can actually make it across here. Hang on, this LJ is very particular, and there's a Kargarok. This Kargarok really sucks. There's not much of a good way to kill him to make this easier. You just kind of have to go quickly and hope that he doesn't get in your way. There we go.
Oh,
okay.
sick.
Okay, I can go back to using my normal muscle memory. Let me lock back in. And by lock back in, I mean it's still like, 11:30 or whatever, and I'm so tired. Still, here in the fan tower, we're going to do a bunch more cool stuff, hopefully. What I'm going to try to do is skip some cycles, because again, you're supposed to wait for the fans that you're on to turn and make it across the tower that way, but if you're very quick with it, you can do stuff like that, where sometimes you can like get an early grab on some of these if you can get close enough. It's a little bit tough though. And this tower just takes a minute in general, so if we want to read anything, this is a fine time.
Absolutely. We have €5 from Ukyu saying, can we get a 5 rupee train before the end of this run? Let's make it happen. And honestly, yeah, I agree. Let's get some nice 5 rupee donations going and make it to that 3,000 mark very, very soon. That
My
would be
claw
great.
shot hit the fan, but it didn't hit the grabbable part of the fan.
Yeah, I disagree with the game on that one. Game's wrong.
I'm so sad. It's fine. I only have one thing to say to the blue rupee train, and that's Anorak 1 blue.
I see Ukyu nodding, but I have no idea what that means.
Is Ugyu familiar with Anorak 1 blue? No.
Okay.
Never mind that.
You're just agrees in general.
I will explain because it's actually kind of cool. Anorakis is sort of like the low percent guy. He's the one who sort of developed the run into what it is today, and also a lot of other cool, niche, weird Twilight Princess runs like low transforms and that sort of thing. And so one of his Twitch emotes on his Twitch channel is just an image of a blue rupee because he has spent many hours of his life looking at blue rupees. That emote is called Anorak 1 blue.
That makes sense.
Hey, come on. Thank you. I'm trying to claw shot at kind of particular points so I can get as high as possible on these vines because, as we talked about, the climbing is slow, so we want to try to minimize how much of that we have to do. All right. The Argarok fight takes approximately 5 minutes and opens by me picking up this skull and throwing it off the cliff. This is not needed, I just like to do it. Anyway, let me just bonk my head. If you haven't caught on by now, we kind of just have some time to kill.
There he is.
That first cycle of Argarok is interesting boss design, to say the least. Okay. I am going to try and actually focus on the Argarok fight here, so I'm going to try and go quiet. Well, I've already sort of goofed it, unfortunately. At least for this phase. There's a whole second phase. The first phase only has 2 cycles, but the second phase has 3. This boss fight takes a while. What you can do here is, if you don't roll, that was my mistake, if you don't roll, but just turn towards the pillar, you can actually grab onto the pillar so quickly that Argarok doesn't have time to leave before you get an opportunity to grab onto him. And so you can damage him immediately without having to climb all the way up and without having to wait. So that skips like maybe 20 seconds or so. Not sure. Not generally good at guesstimating these things, but something around that time. Just however long it took him to fly around, right? That's the time that it saves. Speaking of dragons, I have a little Salamence plushie here, by the way. It was put on the desk by Eliza as emotional support, which really I should have grabbed him before, because things have been happening. But it's okay. He can watch me beat up another dragon.
Dragons are very good at that.
It's true. Also, technically, people love to argue about this, and I'm going to get ahead of chat. Yes, it's a wyvern. I know. Shut up. He doesn't have arms, so it's not a dragon. I know.
I do appreciate that this version of Link is heavy enough to just pull down.
Only with the iron boots.
Only down with. I thought it was just a chunky boy.
Nope. Once again, though, now that we're back in a cycle where I actually have to do things, I'm going to try and focus up.
Main thing I remember about this fight is just another runner getting stuck trying to claw shot the tail, and just I think soft locking like all the way. So that's lovely. Hope
That's
that
called
doesn't
cool
happen.
game.
That is called cool game. That is true.
It's if you claw shot onto Argarok's tail at a particular frame, the game just totally freaks out, and both Argarok and Link start sort of flailing around wildly. And yeah, that's a soft lock.
So
you
that's
can't get
happened
out
to
of it.
more than just one person?
Oh yeah.
Okay, okay.
Cool game is a very well-known phenomenon.
Gotcha.
I have never cool gamed myself, but it has happened to many, many people. Oh no. Oh no. Wow. Argarok is very forgiving today. And by that I mean he's exactly the same as he always is, because there's no RNG in this. If you're not super familiar with the game, you might not realize it, but I'm cutting short every cycle of Argarok breathing fire by doing a particular timing setup where I drop below his field of vision at a particular moment such that he'll, well, stop breathing fire, but not just stop, actively get tired. And by doing that, you know, we can speed this fight up significantly because we don't just have to wait for him to finish his breathing. On the third cycle, he's going to try to juke me, and so the setup looks different. Got it on all 3 cycles. That's nice.
Very nice.
That's once again a lot harder than it looks. It ends up being pretty forgiving if you actually do all of the tech you need to do, because there's claw shot tech where you can aim faster. And if you do that on every claw shot you ever do, or at least the ones where you have to aim, then the actual timing in the end ends up being fairly lenient. But, you know, the worse you do at first, the more strict it's going to be, and so on. And so, you know, altogether, it's still quite a difficult trick overall, I'd say. But it's a fun one, for sure. It looks sick, you know, because normally you'd have to just sort of boringly claw shot across all the P-hats, right? But now we don't have to do that, and we can just sort of stab him right away, which is very nice. Anyway, we have time for donations if you want it.
Absolutely. We have some participants in the €5 donation chain. First, we have KillerChair saying, "Hey, DTail, do not get distracted by this donation."
Don't.
It's fine. I can get distracted right now. I'm just talking to Midna. It's fine.
I saw it.
I'm definitely
not
not
to.
going to hurtle off a cliff. I don't know what you're talking about.
And then we have €5 from Pendle Stevens saying, "Choo choo."
Choo choo.
Choo indeed.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Oh, and we have another one coming in right now. €5 from Sid the Spider saying, "Hey, I'm not a big fan of my name. Can we change it to Jimbo?"
Okay, so fun fact about Sid the Spider, that name is actually already contested. I think there's a note for this in the spreadsheet.
I saw the note, yeah.
Multiple people have named that spider multiple things. And so, you know, I pointed out Sid because it's funny, because we
Of
have
course.
Sid. But there's actually multiple names for that spider, and it's a little bit of a divisive thing. Yeah, we have 15 bombs.
There
It's
is
fine.
indeed a note.
What's the other option? Remind me.
So originally the bottom right spider was called Nancy.
Oh yeah.
So that just got switched around.
I'm a
And we
Nancy
don't-
enjoyer personally.
And we don't know what the other spider was called originally.
Right. Okay. So it's a whole thing in any event. But yeah,
Big drama in the spider naming community.
indeed. All right. Anyway, now that we actually have that last mirror shard, the only one that counts, we don't ever need to watch the Sage's cutscene, because when we enter that area, the cutscene that, you know, spawns the Palace of Twilight entrance takes precedence over anything else. In fact, I'm not even sure the original cutscene trigger is still here. So now we can enter Palace of Twilight. Palace is broadly considered sort of the boring part of the run. in the sense that there's really nothing you can do as a speedrunner to speed it up in a broad way. There's no skips to be made. You can't clip into another room, skip across here, jump across this gap. None of that speedrunny stuff, really, because this dungeon is incredibly linear because it uses keys for every single door. Every room, you have to kill all the Zant heads. That spawns a chest. You get a key. That opens the door to the next room. You have to do this. This Baba is called Clarence.
I've seen that name, yeah. Scrolled past it.
I've seen a lot of names though.
Yeah,
I got the
That is
double
very
hit.
true.
That is very difficult to do. It saves maybe a second or two at most. It's not actually that big of a deal, but it is very difficult.
But it looks cool.
The way that it works is you do another one of those like midna charge super jumps that I've been talking about every once in a while to get up really high. And then when you come back down, you will immediately hit it again because it's already out of its iframes again. But the reason that that's so tough is the only moment in which the only way in which the Zant head's center of gravity can be high enough to achieve that is right when it's at like the peak of its bobbing animation, because they sort of softly bob up and down. And also you are in a particular position sort of diagonally below it. And so actually setting that up is really difficult because the Zant head's also like shooting at you and everything. And again, it doesn't save all that much time at all. So you want to set it up very quickly if you're going to go for it at all. Conveniently, hitting it with a regular midna charge is still a perfectly fast way of killing them. So like that's fine. You know, you're not really risking much by going for it. But it is difficult to do. Very, very cool strat. It's really only useful on that Zant head specifically because in most other cases they spawn in groups. And so we're going to use midna charges the way that we have been for most of the game and actually try to dispatch them all at once, in which case, you know, this setup doesn't come into play at all. But it's cool for that one specifically. So I'm glad I got it because I'm not going to get another chance to show it off. Strictly speaking, it would be possible on that second Zant head in the second room in the fog, but it's way harder there because of the fog. You can't see, so I don't even bother going for that, and as far as I know, most people don't. I'm going to try to hit the Phantom Zant here with very specific amounts of damage on every cycle. 1 stab and 2 spins, and then 1 stab and 3 spins on the last one. If I do that right, he'll just sort of die. If you do anything else, you will need a 4th cycle. And if you deal too much damage all at once, he will start teleporting around wildly and just waste a whole bunch of time because he's mostly just invulnerable and you can't really catch him. Technically possible, but like not really a thing. So very happy to have gotten that cycle properly. Here I'm going to drop the soul in the socket and then immediately roll towards where the platforms are going to rise once the soul activates, so that I'll end up all the way up here where I can quickly dispatch the squeebles and then claw shot the soul again. Very nice. As we go throughout Palace of Twilight here, I'm going to use a glitch called L sliding, where whenever you grab an object with a claw shot, if it's an object that you pull towards yourself rather than pulling yourself towards it, if you then press L and a direction, you can sort of slowly slide a little bit in that direction. So it's just a minor movement optimization where we get to sort of go along to wherever it is we need to go a little ways every time we grab one of the souls. Oh, am I still on there? Oh my goodness, okay. But in this case right here, this L slide that I'm about to do actually matters quite a bit. So I'm going to set up my position a little particularly. Should still be okay. There. Notice how nothing happened. Normally there would be a bunch of squeebles that spawn on that platform that you'd have to contend with. But if you L slide across the trigger, they don't spawn for some reason. Anyway, hi Clarence.
Bye, Clarence.
Bye Clarence.
What a guy.
Jukes. Oh, dang it, I missed the jukes. Now I have to kill the squeebles. Please spin. Thank you. Actually, give me that.
Yeah.
So in between the door opening on the other side and the soul healing this Twilight, there's actually a one-framer where you could throw the soul I'm not going to do that for this one because I'd have to just pick it back up again. There's no real reason to do it. But I will go for it for the second soul because it's actually fast for that one for movement optimization reasons, which is pretty cool. Once again, I'm going to drop the soul in the socket and then quickly roll over to this platform. Did I make it? No. I disagree, game. I disagree. Look at
You're
this.
absolutely
Come
on
on.
there. What do you
Come
mean?
on. Crazy. Anyway, I'll use the Gil Boomerang to do a quick little LJ across this gap just to get over there a little quicker. And now it's time for Stupid Room. So, first things first. Roll, walk, aim up, claw shot immediately, then fall. I have to recite this to myself every time I'm here. Excellent. Do not get shot. Stupid room, as the name implies, is stupid. We do not like this room. Dang it. Welp. Yep, alright. Please go back over here. Oh yeah. Cool. It takes 3 spin attack hits to kill him, and if you're just like standing directly next to him on level ground, it's very easy to get 3 hits out of a single spin attack. But given that he can spawn, you know, bloody anywhere, it might happen. You don't know. It's just one of the many ways in which that room is stupid. During this room, we have time for a donation.
Sure thing. We have some more travelers on that 5 rupee donation chain. 5 euros from Blastermak saying, I love me a blue pea train. And 5 euros from Keurig saying, choo choo, all aboard the 5 euro train. I will be donating an additional 5 euros for each Zelda cycle in her boss fight.
Just for each of them or for each extra one?
I'm going to assume each extra, but
Surely.
you know, I would appreciate each.
Your wallet can only take so much. Because, like, you know, if it's all of them, that's at least 35 to start with. So I don't know about
So
that
I
one.
suppose it's for them to decide.
It is, certainly. There we go. I do need to claw shot a little bit high on that claw shot target so that I can actually reach this one. You'll note it's not letting me claw shot lower on it. So that skips having to use an extra claw shot target earlier. Go. There is the opportunity there when I go horizontally across to that claw shot on the wall to actually do so without ever going into the first person aim. We call that the Spider-Man shot for reasons that are hopefully obvious. Okay, second Phantom's Ant, same as the first, in every possible way, except because we've already watched a Phantom's Ant cutscene, it won't happen now, which means I have to actually roll diagonally here instead of dead ahead. And I get to keep my claw shots equipped. Not that it matters. Oh, he's over there. Dang it. All right, that's fine. So here, the stereo sound actually really matters because I can listen for where he's teleporting to. Nice. Got both Phantom's Ants. Cool. Again, it's not particularly hard, but it's another one of those things that I do struggle with personally, so I am proud to have hit that. Certainly after the run that we've been having so far, it's nice to see, you know, get a little bit of confidence back. This soul is going to be on a slope, so I'll aim slightly to the right when I'm grabbing it to account for the fact that it's going to roll away. Despite the fact that the pedestal looks symmetrical, it always rolls to the right. That's not where that's supposed to go. I tell you what, let's just don't. Should be able to just... Yep, cool. The hand gets to move in the cutscene, which indeed is cheating. There we go. Hit it 3 times to stun it. And then just... Thank you. Grab the ball. Do another cutesy little L slide. Okay. This room is very easy on the way back. We call this room Run Straight Room. And it'll become immediately apparent why we do this.
I don't get it. Could you elaborate?
Please.
I love Run Straight Room. It's so easy. Now, there is a Shadow Beast that spawns down where the soul is that can knock the soul out of the socket. So it's actually kind of important that I do make it up here sort of quickly. It didn't spawn? I'm very confused. I haven't had one yet this event, so let's say that's never happened before.
Runners at the thing.
Who has bingo now?
I have no idea where he went. I'm genuinely confused. I've never seen that guy not spawn. That's weird. But in any event, he could have knocked the soul out of the socket, and if that had happened, you know, if I was still on the stairs, I wouldn't have been on the stairs anymore. So that would have been a whole thing. Glad we're okay. I threw the boomerang there just to hopefully mess with these keys a little bit. If they're not close enough to get hit by the boomerang, they're probably also not close enough to be a problem, so you don't really have to throw it a second time. I'm gonna go for this one framer now. Let's see here. Yay, I did it.
Yay.
So that means I can just roll straight to this platform and then claw shot the soul because it is now close enough to reach, which it wouldn't have been if I just like dropped it in place at the door. So actually throwing it during that one framer does make a difference there. Then I'm going to throw the soul in the socket and then jump off. Oh. Oh, I did the weird one. Let's go. So there's three things that could happen there. Either you void first, and then you just respawn, and the soul respawns, and you go again. The soul hits first, and you never get to void, which is what I was trying to do, because it looks funny. Or you void, and the soul hits after your void starts, in which case you reload, and then get pulled into the cutscene, which is the funnier, but also most difficult option. That was great. I fully wasn't trying to do that one, but that works for me.
No, totally intended.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, no hearts in that pot. I actually really want some extra hearts for this because there's things that do 1.5 hearts, and so being at anything above 3 is a nice little breakpoint. But whatever, it's fine for now. We should be fine. I mean, I really shouldn't actually get hit by anything. There's no like damage tanking strats in any of these rooms or anything like that, but I might take some chip damage from the squeebles, and I don't know. I'm a little worried about it. Anyway, with the light sword, we can now cut through the fog ourselves. We don't need souls anymore, so there also won't be any. Instead, there will be these semi-souls, which can still activate sockets, but don't actually emit any light. Ow. Oh, by the way, I've been calling these creatures squeebles since the very start of the run when we first saw them in the sewer. But just for reference, in case you're curious, the name Squeeble, as far as I can tell, and at this point I'm probably the authority, was invented by Bewildebeest a couple of years ago. The actual name of the enemy officially is a Twilight Vermin, which is also a good name, but not nearly as good as Squeeble.
Yeah.
That is true.
Oh, I accidentally activated the platform. Give me that heart, please. Oh. Well, now I'm stuck behind the chest. Anyway, we're due for another cutesy elevator ride, so we got time for a donation.
Oh yeah, no worries about this one. This one's just €4.30 by me because it's been at 0.70 this entire run and it's been bothering me. Now it's even again.
Truly the best reason to donate.
Who's going to break it?
Somebody's going to break it. You already know.
Probably sooner than later.
Oh yeah, definitely. You shouldn't have said it. You should have just said, thank you for the 430 from the anonymous donor with no message. You should not have mentioned it.
It's going to become a whole
It's going to become a whole thing.
I know what I did. I still have more hosting shifts. I know what's going to happen.
You already know, like, Twitch chat is going to form 2 camps, and there's going to be people who break it and people who fix it, and they're just going to keep going forever. And I'm pretending this is a bad thing because it's funny. Anyway, in the outside room here, there's just a bunch of enemies, and we have to do a bunch of waiting, and it's really silly. So I'm just going to be on this platform and kill some stuff and be silly.
Shoutouts to being silly.
I don't think any of these Kargoroks have a name, which is honestly kind of a shame. That rhymed. Yep. Truly riveting gameplay. Once again, I need that Zant head to actually explode before I void, because otherwise he won't have died, and you know he'll just respawn again when I void. The same way that I had to wait for the bug before I clipped into the well way back in Elden Twilight. If you've been watching this entire time, you might remember that. Couch.
You're asking me to remember something?
I already admitted I can't remember stuff, so you know.
And I haven't been here the whole time.
Yeah, you missed the ladder.
You did miss the ladder, which
I
is
missed
a
the
real
ladder
shame.
and I missed the sword.
Yeah, real shame. You missed the best part of the run, honestly. I love the 18-second ladder up to Oru. Why is it that long?
Highlight of the run.
It's like, at a guess, the reason it's that long is because the tower that he's standing on had to be a certain height in order to reach the point where it could actually provide a view of the desert. And like they'd already built the skybox and like the mountains around and whatever, and so the tower just sort of had to be this height at least. That's like my best guess. But it's like so silly where it takes so long to get up there. All right. Well, that Kargarok just messed everything up. Goodbye. So
Quite rude.
we got force transformed into wolf by the dark fog because the Kargarok messed up my roll. And then because Wolflink, you know, when you transform from human to wolf, you sort of just go horizontal all of a sudden. And so his front paws and most of his body weren't actually on ground. And so we fell, and that black fog waterfall is over a void. So we just fell in there and voided because we had 0 momentum. So, you know, shout outs to that Kargarok. Again, no name, but very annoying all the same. Anyway, these shadow beasts just sort of die unceremoniously the second they land, which is always hilarious. Hearts? Oh, hearts. Listen, I'm checking.
Yeah.
I'm not taking any chances. Very nice. It's entirely possible for the boomerang to bring back a heart and then not have you pick it up. It can just like drop it on the floor sometimes. So it was certainly possible for me to not even get that.
That reminds me of the old cats and Monster Hunter. It's dangling health in front of your face and then poof, it's gone.
This is an interesting detail. If I pull up the shield, you'll note that the left claw shot disappears, but the right claw shot is still in Link's hand behind the shield. This is the way that it would normally look if you only have a single claw shot, and they didn't change it for the double.
Unplayable.
To ruin the game.
Also, every time you say the word detail, I'm slightly amused. I just want you to know that.
Thank you. I have been thinking that every time.
Not to make you self-conscious about saying it or anything.
Don't worry, I already was. It would have worked too. Another convenient consequence of the light sword, for those who don't know and haven't picked up on it, is not only can we cut through dark fog, it also kills all enemies in one hit, but only inside Palace of Twilight, which is nice for killing the Zant heads, which are otherwise pretty tough. That's also why the number of Zant heads per room has so dramatically increased since then. Although that was the last one that we need to kill, so that's nice. Speed. That's the last small key we need to get. At this point, all we have to do is fight how many shadow beasts? There's 1, then there's 2, then there's 3, then there's 4, then there's 4 again, and then there's 5 or something like that. I don't actually know the exact sequence. It's something to that effect, which would put it like in the order of 20 shadow beasts total, maybe. Okay, so there's 3 1s, then there's a 2, so that's up to 5 now. Then there's another 2, that's 7. Then there's a 4, 11. And another 4 for 15, and I think that's it. Yeah, okay, so 15 shadow beasts. Now I know.
You counted.
Oh, shit. I can't be expected to keep my bits consistent at like midnight after speedrunning for 3.5 hours, okay?
Are you ever so tired that you forget that you hate counting?
It's true. I forget that very regularly when I count sheep to go to sleep.
So true.
Like, here's the thing. I hate counting unless I'm tired. That's the way that it works.
Can't argue with that logic.
Anyway, we can skip the initial cutscene for Zant, but he still has a bit of a yapping session to do, and then he starts floating menacingly. if we were still in German, which again, because we had to go to the backup saves, we're not, his title would be pretty neat. It would just be Usurpator, which is not like super crazy, but his name would be Zanto instead of Zant.
Zanto.
And the combination has always been kind of fun to me because it's just fun to say. It's in perfect meter. Usurpator Zanto is in iambic trimeter, so it's fun to say. That's all the literature nerding I'll do for today, though. Anyway, the Zant fight itself is this cool little like redux of a bunch of boss fights that we've totally done. I mean, we've seen this boss arena before this one. First, there's Diababa, then there's Dangoro, which again, you know, we've clearly been in this room before.
Right, this is when we...
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, of course.
Like we were here and we fought the boss.
Yeah.
There is actually a way to one-cycle this phase of Zant, but it is incredibly difficult. It requires a little bit of good RNG, and also, I think it's like 4 frames leniency or something on a very particular combo of sword slashes. I do not know how to do it. Okay, this is the Morpheal phase. This is the hard one, because we do not have the Zora armor. I cannot stress this enough. So, once again, boots. I'm so tired, man. That wasn't a target roll, so I need to back up just a little bit. Aim a little bit up. Okay, this should be all right. Now I'm going to grab him as soon as he pops out so that he's not going to get the... Shoot. Okay, he didn't hit me. Whoa, wait. I do not have enough air. We're going to take an extra cycle. I know what happened. That's funny. Okay, so the way that the air meter works in this game is hilarious. It gives you extra air, effectively, if the air meter has already been on screen before. And because we went to the backup save, it technically hasn't. We haven't been in deep water since then. Okay, so now I need this and this. Cool, okay, we're good. I'll just slowly walk over to where I need to go next, get a little air refill on the way, no trouble. Okay, that really threw me off for a second there. You're supposed to have enough time to just sort of immediately hit him the first time and then get an air refill afterwards, after you've completed the first cycle. But obviously, without the extra air, I didn't have that, so. That really threw me for a loop. Right, left, up, down is the fastest that a sword combo can be underwater, so we do that to preserve air. And now we no longer have to worry about all of that. So, side hop, unequip the iron boots, equip ball and chain. You can also force unequip iron boots by equipping ball and chain over it, but I like to do it this way. We just do a full combo here the first time, then he's always going to go to the middle pillar, unlike Ook, but I messed it up by bonking on the pillar rather than using the ball and chain. Ook's hopping is random, but Zant's hopping is actually perfectly consistent. He will do the same thing every time. So it really shouldn't be too much of a problem to, you know, get him. But unfortunately, I am still tired. This is not likely to change. All right,
I've
this
seen this
is fun.
arena before.
Yeah, this arena, yeah.
We've done this one for sure.
I think we skipped a couple rooms before it, but...
Yeah. No, so the fun part about the Blizzetta phase of Zant is this right here is the only reason we need the ball and chain.
Oh, wow.
The ball and chain is useful outside of this, don't get me wrong. And if we didn't get it, we would have to start doing another couple of weird things throughout the run in order to prevent us from having to use it in certain places. But strictly speaking, this is the only thing that actually hard requires the ball and chain. And if we didn't have to do this phase, or if we could damage him any other way, we probably wouldn't go to Snow Peak at all. That would have a bunch of implications for the route, of course, but, you know, it would probably be faster not to. But just, no. In the Blizzetta phase, Zant can only be made vulnerable by hitting him with the ball and chain. That's the only thing that works.
All right, and so this area...
this is just outside Hyrule Castle.
Area.
Right.
This is actually supposed to be sort of new when you fight Zant.
No, you're misremembering. You went here and
like you can be in this part of Castletown, but it
yeah.
won't look like this. So this isn't quite as much of like a reference as the other parts were. Also, in case I'm not the only one, apologies if the boss music is a little loud. Zant is just like that. I hate to say. There's a bunch of clever things you can do to speed up basically every phase of Zant, and I've messed up a few of them, but I got a couple of the others. So on the whole, I'm not too upset about that. But it has to do with the way that the damage values actually apply to Zant. When he does or doesn't do like different patterns, or how much you actually need to hit him for the phase to end, all depends on how much damage you hit him with exactly. In a similar way to the way that I was messing with the Phantom Zant fights earlier. But it's just that the Zant strats are way harder to do than the Phantom Zant strats, so I didn't actually get most of them, but yeah, so be it. That's fine. It was a fine fight overall. I'm just happy I didn't drown. Honestly. Take that. All right, so now that we've completed Palace of Twilight, we finally actually have the fused shadows, because, you know, if you're not familiar with the story, you pick up the fused shadows, then Zant steals them, and then you have to get the mirror shards to get into Palace to take them back. And with the fused shadows, we can go and break open the barrier to Hyrule Castle to finish up the game. So there's not a whole lot left in the run at this point. We will probably go over estimate, but only by a few minutes. Just looking at the timer over there. So I'm going to warp to Castletown. You'll note that the indicator for the Golden Wolf is still there. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Nothing's glitchy at all.
Let's see, in my Zelda game?
Never. We'll get to talk to the postman a second time here. The first time was like 30 minutes into the run at most. It's been a while. How you doing, postman? Still delivering mail.
Yep.
Makes
I
sense.
do love the da-da-da-da.
I love his walking noise. Like that's just me. I do that. That's autistic stimming right there. Like
Calling out our entire audience right there.
And our entire couch.
yeah. This is our first and only time navigating Castletown as human. It's much faster than as Wolf, which is nice. Wolf's speed is reduced significantly in Castletown for some reason. All right. The run is valid. It's actually not, because we had to do setup in between.
No. Runs
We
valid.
didn't see anything.
That bonk is the only thing that matters. We like to joke about that in the community, that like a run isn't valid unless you entered this cutscene trigger by bonking on the wall. It's funny. I've had messages from leaderboard verifiers before where they'll have said, like they'll send me a Discord DM that says, hey, you didn't bonk on the wall, your run wasn't valid, and then I check speedrun.com and they verified it.
I respect it.
Yeah.
It's a good time. Anyway, this cutscene is long and drawn out. You can go ahead and read something
You
if
can
you want
drink
to.
some water if you need.
Absolutely, that's a good idea.
That's a great
Absolutely.
idea.
Hydrate, definitely. In the meantime, I'm going to give another shout out to one of our sponsors, specifically AOC, for generously providing prices for our giveaways and supplying their top-notch gaming monitors for our events. One of which DTail's playing on right now.
It's quite good.
Yeah. These amazing gaming displays feature a 1440p resolution, 165 Hz refresh rates, 1 millisecond response times, low input lag, and 6 gaming modes, ensuring that our gamers have the smoothest performance possible. So thank you, AOC, for supporting the event. It's still not over.
Oh, no, it's not.
No.
We still have to hug, and then we have to look at the rain. All right, that's enough hugging, guys. Come on, we have rain to look at.
So how many seconds of rain looking is there?
Like 10, maybe?
Okay, real quick. Thank you to the Fletcher Hotel Nieuwegein for providing us with a new venue bigger than ever before. The new space allows us to host our growing community. Almost.
Oh, it's fine. This is still basically a cutscene. Push the door. All right. Final dungeon time. Give or take 15 minutes until time. Very generally. So first things first, we have to go over to the left here to collect a small key, and there's going to be this forced arena with a bunch of red bokoblins. The red bokoblins are incredibly tough. Even the Master Sword can't really dispatch them very quickly. Luckily, we have advanced weaponry. For some reason, bombs, which we have had access to since almost the beginning of the game, relative to the very end of it, you've had it for such a long time. Bombs instantly kill red bokoblins, even though even the Master Sword in its most powerful attacks can't do that, except the Mortal Draw. It's really silly, but bombs are just kind of incredibly powerful. And the only reason that we haven't used them just to kill enemies more is because we need them to be able to fight Morpheal and Zant, and so, you know, it's just not safe to use them for anything else. But also, it's not particularly fast in most cases to actually just pull a bomb. In other categories that get the bow, you would see them use bomb arrows constantly. Like in Hundo or Glitchless, they would do a lot of that sort of thing, but not for any percent. All right, come ahead and attack me. Thank you. King Boblin 4 is basically the same as King Boblin 3, just significantly tougher, so I'm not going to bother trying to one-cycle him. It's technically possible, but not with the way that I'm doing it right now, so we're just going to eat the 2 cycles and move on. Okay, I didn't do an auto spin. That's unfortunate. 3 cycles it is. I did an auto spin inside the cutscene. That's never happened before.
Second time?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, how
Yeah.
generous.
Two. Now, there is a one-framer here where between the cutscene ending and Midna starting to yap at me, I can actually, if I do this right, I can actually backflip, and then while I'm in the air, while I'm not on the ground where the Midna trigger is, I can save and quit without needing to ever talk to Midna if I hit the one-framer. I didn't. Spoke. That's
spoke.
the whole text
Yeah.
box. Yep. I would love to skip that. So with the small key, we can enter Hyrule Castle proper, and then we can move on. There's going to be another little barrier skip. I didn't even remark on the first one, but you'll have noted that there was an arena of red bokoblins that I was supposed to fight. If you skip the cutscene quickly, you can literally just walk out of there. The barrier forms so slowly that if you're not locked in by the cutscene, you can just leave. And that cutscene is skippable, so that's very convenient. This second one is a little harder to skip, but still not very difficult. By jump attacking into the cutscene and then immediately skipping it, Link will be prevented from being forced to walk into the arena because he's not on the ground and thus can't walk. And therefore, we can just leave once again. The bokoblins are going to get in my way, though, it seems. Sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't make it up the stairs, so it's kind of a gamble. But more often than not, they don't figure out how stairs work, and you can just claw shot up safely. This is a little unfortunate, but no.
No, stairs are difficult, can confirm.
It's true.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. Now I have to fight a Dark Nut. This is the only Dark Nut we're going to fight this entire time. There's quite a good few in the game overall. There's several in Hyrule Castle and another in Temple of Time where it serves as the main mini-boss, but we're only actually going to fight this one because it's sort of just hard required. The barrier that's thrown up here isn't really skippable. The Dark Nut is skippable, but it's very difficult and most people don't tend to go for it. And I certainly won't. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Oh. There is a cool ball and chain strat where you hit him with the ball and chain after hitting him with the sword a little bit. He dies very quickly if you do that, but at this rate, we're not gonna get to do it. Okay. Luckily, Dark Nuts do a really unimpressive amount of damage, so this fight is actually incredibly safe. I entered with, I think, 3 hearts, and I got hit, you know, roughly a gazillion times, and it just didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, for how intimidating they look, I was very unimpressed.
Yeah.
That is very correct.
They are quite cool fights, I would say, like when you're playing casually, where, you know, they do a lot more of this sort of actual swordsmanship than any other enemy in most Zelda games, including other types of Dark Nuts, which I do appreciate. But weirdly, Wind Wakers are better, like where you get the action prompts. I don't know. I guess Twilight Princess sort of has that with the hidden skills, right? You're supposed to use helm splitters and things on them. So when you don't have those, I suppose it's a little less interesting. Anyway, you'll have noted that I said we're not fighting any other Darknuts, and if you know the game well, you might be confused because there's 2 Darknuts guarding the final boss room. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it.
I am worried, but not about that.
What are you worried about?
Just in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I am going to quickly break these pots to check for hearts because by using bombs on those Denalphos, I did damage myself. Okay, great. Thank you. This is going to be scary. Luckily, again, though, game overing in Twilight Princess really just doesn't matter, so it's fine. It costs a bit of time, of course, but that's about all. And at this point, I really can't complain about wasting a bit of time. Once again, there is a way to kill this Aralphos using the ball and chain that's nice and fast, but it's much safer to just hit it with sword combos. And when I'm at half a heart and already kind of being slow, I don't want to bother with risky things like that. That barrier takes a deceptively long time to despawn. It's very easy to get hit by it when it's already visually not there anymore. Take your time. All right, the annoying beeping has stopped. I get to practice my frame perfect rolling here, by the way, which is fun. Oh, this cutscene's great. This is a cutscene that I like to lovingly call Magical Exploding Hawk cutscene after a joke that Bewildebeest made one time. Because, well, I mean, look at it. You'll get it in a moment. Magical Exploding Hawk.
That's
Beautiful.
wow.
Your art.
This is such a good cutscene because you have the falconer Russell with his trained bird that's hunting things. You have Ashe with her bow, Oru with a bazooka, and then there's Shad. He's here.
And we've all seen these Perlstrins before.
Yep, we've seen all 4 of these people before for sure.
Yeah.
We've seen, if you're curious, exactly 2 of them before, but sort of all 4 because Ashe and Shad were in the bar while we were there as Wolf for a split second. So
We've seen the other ones.
they were on screen, but we've spoken to Russell and Oru.
Yeah.
Russell, in case you're curious, we spoke to after rescuing Tallow, roughly 4.5 minutes into the run, and never again. In fact, he never came on screen again until just now.
Yeah, he was always just slightly off screen, just nearby.
Yeah, he's been lurking.
Yeah.
Standing ominously.
All right. This room, you're supposed to not be able to traverse just by walking because the floor gives way. Well, yeah, exactly like that. If you don't just do normal rolls, but if you do landing rolls, then you actually do just have enough time to make it across even the collapsing platforms just fine. That does necessitate that you get full jumps, though. This whole thing is still a little bit tricky, but... There we go. Okay, cool. That's easier than I made it look. For once, it's easier. All right, there we go. Now we have some Lizalfos to fight. These ones aren't Dynalphos. Dynalphos would easily block most of your sword slashes, but Lizalfos are kind of bad at that, so if you line them up correctly, there you go. You can kind of just do that, and they'll die pretty easily. Case in point. That barrier isn't nearly as bad as the Aralphos' one, because yes, they do differ a little bit, but it's still pretty annoying. Now we do the same exact thing again, only this time they're wearing skulls on their head. No, there isn't a difference.
They just look cool.
They do. Like, they look more intimidating, but that's about it. I think they technically have an extra attack where, like, their tail has the axe thing on it that the base Lizalfos don't have. But, like, the tail attack is just actively worse than their dagger, so nobody cares. Anyway, oh, no. Okay, well, I have to actually fight these now. That's a shame after talking up such a big game earlier, but that's how it goes. Where's the second guy? Isn't there supposed to be 2 here? Or is it just the one? See, I haven't fought these in literally years. What you do is there's a claw shot target right out by the door, you can just claw shot onto that. The cutscene will then start to play as normal, and then once you skip the cutscene, you'll just be on the other side of this barrier, and you can open the door and leave. I guess there is just one. Cool. I'm sad that I didn't get to show that off. It's really easy. I just walked into the cutscene on accident. It's a real shame, but oh well. At this point. All right. What are my equips? Ball and chain and boots. Yeah. Ball and chain, boots. I'm really low on health, but should be okay because Zelda shouldn't deal any damage to me. Zelda is totally random. There's a little bit of a limit to how quickly she can attack, so it's a minimum of 7 cycles, but it can be as much as she wants. I don't remember what the world record highest number of Zelda cycles is. I think it's 17 by Wicked Gliger. I know it's Wicked Gliger who has it. I just don't know how high the number is. We'll have to find out. Okay, well, that's a great start. It's pretty likely that she'll do a reflectable attack on the first cycle specifically, so the fact that she didn't is worrying. Okay, well, that's 2 now. Come on, what do you got? Yeah, okay, triangle. That's 3. I go into first person during the triangle to avoid lag, for reference. The triangle lags like crazy, as does the throne. You really don't want to look at the throne either. All right, so that was 4 cycles before a Powerball came out. Great. So now there's at least one, no. I think at least 1 cycle where she can't do a Powerball. And then after the next Powerball, there's at least 2 where she can't do it. Or it's the other way around. I don't remember. Okay, so that's up to 6 now. And we've still yet to see the second attack, or the second Powerball. Again, this is fully random. There is 0 control that I can exert over how fast this fight goes in any way whatsoever, except for just not missing the reflections, which is mostly trivial.
Zelda just really does not want this run to die,
I
or
guess.
to be over.
So that was 7, and we're on 2 hits. Dorito. Hello, Midna.
Just having a nap.
She doesn't look so good. This is 9. It could still be over right now, and like 10 is bad, but like, you know, it'd be something. But let's
At this
see.
point, might as well go for the world record, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But that's
yeah.
also more money for charity.
True. So that was 10? Yeah, that was 10. Okay, so 11 cycles total. That's pretty bad. That's like statistically, it's very likely that you'll actually get the minimum as a 7, and it's also like 8s and 9s are relatively common as well, but like 7 is the most common, so it's getting an 11 is kind of crazy. You can read a donation during Beast Cannon.
Sure thing. It's a €25 donation from Anonymous with no comments, but thanks to that, we have reached the Longui bonus fights in Final Fantasy XIII, so that will be happening. Thank you very much, Anonymous.
Excellent. More Final Fantasy.
And is that only €20 left to go for the 3,000?
You bet. Only 20
Come on,
more to go.
we've got around the thousands. I mean, it's just dissatisfying the way it is now, right, Sid?
Exactly. You get me.
Okay. I've hit him twice as human, so now I'm going to transform Wolf, because at this point, he's no longer going to accept me trying to knock him down as human. I have to be Wolf. He's also going to do the funny teleporting attack where he spawns these bunch of portals, and you have to check which one gets discolored so you'll know where he's going to spawn. It's honestly a pretty cool boss mechanic. The boss is still very easy overall, obviously, but like, this is a cool concept with the portals. It's basically the Phantom Ganon fight from Ocarina of Time, right? I quite like that, but it's, you know, a little underwhelming still. There we go. Okay, horseback time. The horseback phase also has a good amount of RNG in it. It's not as bad as Zelda in that, like, if you play well, you can account for the RNG and like counteract it. But it's a little tricky sometimes, because if Ganondorf decides to do like a big weave, you know, sometimes you just lose track of him and there's not maybe a whole lot you can do in every instance. The last couple runs that I've done, horseback has been just the bane of my existence. So let's see how he does today. Or how I do, more like. So first things first, we just kill the ghosts. Then we target Ganondorf, try not to get run over. He juked it. Great, thanks. So there's a popular myth about this game that the aim of Zelda is actually computer controlled and that you have no influence over it, and that if she misses, it's just random. That's fully false. She aims exactly where your stick is pointing, and so, you know, anytime you miss, you know, it might have been a difficult shot to make, sure, but it is still most definitely your fault. Zelda also braces herself for the approach of those ghosts, so if she's in the middle of charging an arrow and they appear, you don't actually get to use that arrow, unfortunately. Ganondorf, please. Okay, cool. Nice. That was a pretty bad horseback, but so it goes. What you want to do is just like stun lock him with the arrows, right? Where basically as soon as he comes back on screen after being hit the first time, he gets hit the second and the third, and the phase just ends basically immediately. It's a cute thing you can do here. If you just simply don't advance this text box, it will remain on screen during the Ganondorf fight.
That's beautiful.
It's awesome. Oh, wait. Yeah, sorry. No, that doesn't work on English.
Oh.
I forgot. I haven't done this in English in a long time. No, it's that's a German thing. Well, maybe other languages too. I don't know, but like, it doesn't work on English at least, and it does work on German. That's a shame. It's such a funny glitch. Well, I don't know if it's like technically even a glitch, but you know, oversight, whatever you want to call it. The Ganondorf fight is pretty underwhelming as well. I'm just going to get him to parry me, then get him to kick by going behind him, and then immediately jump attack and auto spin. And if I do that 3 times... okay, well, if I do it properly 3 times, he'll be dead. So at this point, I'm just going to equip Iron Boots, and then Ending Blow, and that's time. So just for reference, Cyd and Naomi especially, this is why I said 350 will be fine. Because it was a 358. You know, my PB is a 325, sure. This is Twilight Princess, it does not matter. It just does not. This game is incredibly difficult and incredibly volatile. Now, real quick, before we end the run properly, the reason I equipped the Iron Boots is because that persists into the final cutscene. So if I actually skip through Ganondorf's text here, when Midna appears on the top of the hill and she's healed up by the light spirits, yada yada, Link will run towards her. He will do that at a predetermined speed, which is the normal walking speed, not the Iron Boots walking speed. But if we have the Iron Boots equipped at that point, the game will still play the Iron Boots stepping noises rather than the normal stepping noises. It's another like 20 or 30 seconds out, but it's absolutely hilarious. And so I really wanted to show this off. Anyway, Ganondorf's gonna just like stand here looking terrifying, but that's a whole other thing. I'm just waiting. This is such a good thing. Come on. This cutscene is so much longer than I remember, man. All right, here we go.
The turning around already.
It's so good. This part's so good. We also definitely saw all of these guys, by the way, and not just 2 of them.
I remember.
Yeah, they talked very slowly.
Yeah.
They did, actually. That's true. How can he run in those things? Honestly,
Beautiful.
it's so good.
That's
I love this
awesome.
cutscene. You can do the same thing with the magic armor, but that one doesn't make any noise, so that's kind of whatever. But it's so good with the iron boots. All right, well, that would be all from me, and boy, would I love to go to bed. But you know, the people have spoken, so. Instead, I'm just going to do a quick soft reset of my console now, and we can get the incentive underway. Alrighty. What's the combo? This is the combo. No. Hang on. I've already locked back out. Wait.
All right, as we're getting
There we
this
go.
incentive on the way, though, I do want to mention we have reached 3,000 euros. And with that, we have also unlocked the next bonus game, which will be Rift of the Necrodancer by Chifu.
Heck
Oh,
yeah.
that game is so
baby.
cool. Oh, I'm excited. I think isn't that like pretty shortly from now?
That will be roughly at 6:30 on the Wednesday.
Oh, yeah,
the Wednesday started, so there you go.
I am definitely not going to be awake for that then.
That's fair enough.
All right. Well, I have
That's
a
PM, by the
couple
way.
of questions.
That's PM.
First, which file are we doing this on? It doesn't matter.
3.
Pick one.
3.
3?
Yeah.
3
yeah,
fans?
3.
Okay, we're doing it on number 3. And secondly, what's the file name?
Kirk.
Kirk and Cork?
Kirk and Cork.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Then I'll get set up and you can read the other ones.
Shout out to the boys.
Sounds good. Let's read the 2 donations that got us to the 3,000. The first one was actually 55 euros from Keurig, saying 55 euros for 11 Zelda cycles, #OneCheese. So thank you for following up on that, Keurig.
Wait. No, go on.
Yeah. All right. And the other one was 19 euros from Nordic, saying congratulations on almost 3,000, which would have been really funny if that actually was the first one that came in. Sorry, Nordic. But thank you very much for the donations.
I just remembered, in order to do this glitch, I actually can't really mess with the Epona file name. It's just going to be Kirk.
Just Kirk.
Sorry.
All good.
That still works.
So, the incentive for this, in case you weren't aware, is a showcase of a glitch that's called Eye Shredder. The name of the glitch should give you something of an idea of what is about to happen, and I have to put a very strong warning here that if you are at all sensitive to flashing lights in any capacity at all, in terms of, seizures or even just nausea, don't watch this part. Just go away, go grab a drink, come back 15 minutes from now. It's not going to be good. So photosensitive folks should definitely not watch this part, and I apologize because it's cool, but it's just probably not a good idea. With that out of the way, what I'm going to do is D-pad right to the end of the file name, and then press D-pad right 106 more times. Exactly 106 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I did the setup wrong. Okay, let me back up. We have to, unfortunately, input the file name again. Oh no, but I also have to do that whole thing again. I was
Having to
supposed to
count once
insert
again.
M. So D-pad right to end of file name, then insert M, then D-pad right 106 more times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 30. D. 60. 80. 90. Good. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Backspace, insert M, and here we go.
Oh boy.
Oh,
We are
yeah.
off to the races, folks. Welcome to iShredder.
It's so beautiful.
Tell me, do you ever feel a strange sadness as dusk falls?
I feel something.
I'm not sure if dusk falls like this.
Hey, Fado, buddy, are you okay? Anyway, I have a fishing rod, according to this. I also have to press stick down and B to speak with Midna? Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, no.
Anyway.
Maybe you need to collect the tears first.
Maybe, that sounds like a good
yeah.
idea. Actually, you know the map is in the wrong place? the map is supposed to be down here. I never noticed that before. Hello, squirrel. You seem kind of kaleidoscopic. I love this so much. So yeah, iShredder. It's just by messing with the file name. Again, I'm not a code guy, right? Let me be very clear. But by messing with the file name, the game stops being able to properly move things about in the memory, sort of in the background. And so it stops being able to properly fetch textures for everything. And what that causes is TP's lighting effects are dynamic and based on like the angles of the light sources and this kind of stuff. So every time that a texture changes, even just in its lighting, it's actually going to become this like dramatic, kaleidoscopic, brightly colored thing. And so particularly for high polygon count actors like Link here, it gets really funky. But even the ground, like if I just sort of slowly rotate the camera, you'll note that the ground starts just totally freaking out. It's pretty fantastic. My plan for this was to play through sort of casually, glitchlessly, the first little chunk of the game to show off a second, also cool little side thing called Mallow Crash. That'll take about 8 minutes to do. But before we do that, I'm just going to do gate clip again, just like at the start of the any% run, and do back in time real quick. Because back in time, as well as basically anything else that you could do to the game at this point, does not get rid of iShredder. And going into back in time, and thereby going onto the title screen, if you'll recall, does make some very funny things happen in iShredder. Now, unfortunately for me, lining up my visual cues is a little bit difficult. Yeah, okay. Well, I've done the gate clip correctly twice, but the gate RNG has said no twice, so, you know, not great for me. There we go. All right, cool. Everything is totally normal.
I love how even the UI buttons are like,
Oh, yeah.
they're kind of just like a gradient.
I mean, part of the bridge earlier
Beautiful.
seemed to be somewhat normal.
The map is also
That's
totally
correct.
fine, by
Yeah.
the way. All right, we're entering iShredder bit. This part's great.
Zelda.
Zelda.
The Legend Zelda.
The Legend Zelda.
My favorite video game. I love iShredder so much. Also, the Elden Bridge is actually one of the worst places to be in iShredder because the whole thing is incredibly detailed. And so even if I keep the camera still, you can see the bridge just sort of freaks out every once in a while. It's awesome.
Wow.
Look at these stripes.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. I love this glitch so much.
Hey, look, that's almost as normal. Oh.
Oh.
This is what the normal title screen looks like, by the way,
Right,
when you're not
right.
inside bit. It's more or less the same, but there's no UI elements. Anyway, this is what the file select looks like when you're in bit. We were on file 3, right?
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
No, we weren't. We did bit. You forget. We're on file 1 now.
I did forget.
Our file name has also been reset. I'm sorry.
Aw.
Can't be helped. Anyway, now I'm going to go do a little bit of setup, just sort of playing through the game for a moment. We get to look at all the pretty colors, and I will set up for Mallow Crash and show that off inside iShredder, which is cool. I don't need this rock.
If only the file name glitched from Kirk to Cork. Now that would be
That
good.
would be awesome, but unfortunately, no, it didn't. Anyway, look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
I don't think you want to give that a lick.
Yeah.
Look at the target indicator on Ilya. Why is it like that? It's so big. There's milk? Wait, did you see that? There was a milk pickup. Wait. Hang on. If I stand like, wait. Look! Milk! I will never understand how Ice Shredder works.
Seriously, like 105 times does nothing, right?
Yep.
107 times nothing?
So, okay, fun fact. I couldn't find properly thorough information on what the different amounts of D-pad rights exactly do. And so I've very slowly, over the last week or two, started to compile that information myself. The only thing that I can tell you currently is that this is the pause menu, by the way. Everything above 115, including 115, everything above 115, which is what I've currently tested, up to 122, crashes, except for 119, which doesn't appear to do anything, or crashes more or less at random. I haven't gone below 115 yet. That'll be for later.
That's incredible.
All I know is that I'm pretty sure that there is some leniency to actually performing Ice Shredder because I've done it many times very easily, and just by statistical likelihood, I don't think that I've actually done it exactly 106 times all of those times. So I think that there's some leniency to it, but I can't actually, strictly speaking, scientifically confirm that. Anyway.
It's so impressive that the game just handles this.
It is totally fine. This is the wrong loading zone. Navigating is a little bit difficult.
That's crazy.
You can do everything that I just did in any percent, every glitch and every skip and every weird little save file manipulation and everything, and none of it will ever break Ice Shredder or crash. It will just keep going. It's impossible, right? It's terrible to play, but it works. And in fact, several people have already completed any percent runs in full Ice Shredder, including Basil, Ouija, and Glubbers. I have not done it myself, but I have done it segmented. I have done first half and then second half in Ice Shredder on 2 separate days because my eyes got tired.
Yeah.
But yeah, shoutouts to Basil, Ouija, and Glubbers, who have in fact just fully completed a one sitting any percent run while in Ice Shredder.
Yeah, look over there. That's Ricardo.
That's our goat.
That's my goat.
Oh,
Even through Ice Shredder, you recognize him.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Me and Ricardo, we go way back to the beginning of this run.
Why is there a milk pop-up? I'm still confused. All right. Anyway, so yeah, in order to do Mallow Crash, by the way, we just need to get through most of the first day of Orden. So I need to herd some goats. I need to get the slingshot, which I need some rupees for. I need to also feed the cat a fish. So I need the fishing rod. So I have to talk to, what's her face, Uli, and so on. There's just a couple of these like little objectives that you have to do. So we're going to wake up in Link's house, and then the kids are asking like, hey, you got to buy that new slingshot and show us. And it's this whole tutorial part, right, where you get to sort of just learn about the world and how to move around and stuff. It's honestly a very fun sequence to speedrun, actually, as it turns out. It's got a lot of cool little bits of tech in it, especially in the glitchless version. In the glitched version, there is a thing you can do called cat warp, where you would feed the cat the fish from the wrong side of the pond, where the cat isn't, which is very interesting, but it's also very difficult, so, you know, usually not super important, especially because a lot of glitched categories skip day 1 Orden anyway, but, like, you know, it's a thing, so it's kind of cool. All of this looks exactly the way that it looked when I was doing this glitchless, by the way. I know exactly where to go. Not getting turned around at all. So yeah, I have to use the hawk grass here to summon the hawk to get, this is skippable, to get the cradle back from the monkey here. Then I can give the cradle to Uli, and she'll give me the fishing rod. Then I can get the fish for the cat. Then the cat will go back to the general shop where she lives, at which point the general shop owner, Sarah, won't be sad anymore, and I can buy the slingshot off of her, assuming that I can provide her with 30 rupees, which I'll find some kind of a way to do. There's a frame-perfect A-press here where you can actually talk to Uli while also throwing the cradle. And if you do that, she won't walk. She'll just give you her normal text box and then not go anywhere, and you have to pick the cradle back up and do it again. It's very silly. What we do here in Glitchless, as well as in most categories that do Orden Day 1, because most of those require a lot of rupees, is we jump onto this mailbox. from behind and then line up a little jump onto the roof because there's 20 secret rupees hidden up here. Bet you didn't know about that.
I did not.
There's also 100 rupees hidden behind Russell's house. Trust me, you'd be able to see it. You can see it spinning. You can see it gently spinning behind the vines.
right there.
Can you see
Yeah.
that?
Interesting.
So yeah, there's 100 rupees there. You need the boomerang to pick that up, which obviously we don't have. I have 28 rupees now, thanks to those nice little yellows over there. So if I just run through this grass, should be okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, perfect. Oh yeah, this is what the item wheel looks like, by the way.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Fascinating. All right, so now we just dig up a fish. Yeah, we're gonna dig up a fish.
Yeah.
There's a cool little thing here where if I get there's two different sizes of green gill, which is what we can catch here. If I get a small green gill, then if I get a large green gill on the second fish, because I have to catch two fish, then I'll get an extra text box telling me that I've broken my record in terms of fish size. If I get a small green gill twice, then I won't get that because I never broke the record that I set the first time. And if I get a large green gill immediately, then even if I still get a large green gill, I won't get the text box because it didn't break my record. That was a small green gill, 11 inches, so hopefully we'll see another small green gill. It's just a 50-50. This is a nice, calm way to end after the roller coaster of a run that we've just had.
Yeah.
Even despite the eye shredder, like the fishing is still nice.
I was about to say, the calm really comes into play
That's
with
also
the
a small green gill.
ambience.
Nice. So we didn't get an extra text box. We do get a nice cat cutscene, though.
The cat looks somewhat normal.
Yes, there are places where Ice Shredder sort of applies a little less for some reason. A lot of the time that's skyboxes because they're mostly all one piece, and so like Ice Shredder doesn't tend to have a lot of effect on them. I don't know whether the cat is just like all
One
like
piece.
one weird polygon, or if it's just like weirdly immune to most of the effects of Ice Shredder. I don't know enough about how the trick works for that. But you are right. Some things are definitely less Ice Shreddy than the others. Like, look at Sarah compared to her cat. Anyway, now we actually have the milk. There we go. And now we can get the slingshot. And having bought the slingshot, if we now go back to Link's house, the wooden sword will spawn there, which we didn't actually need the slingshot. You need to do both the slingshot tutorial and the sword tutorial normally, but you can do them in any order, so we're just going to do the sword tutorial first, and that's the one that we need for the Mallow Crash anyway. Well, actually, I guess we don't even need to do it. Never mind. It's been a while since I've done this crash. But yeah, I'm just going to pick up the wooden sword, and then after that, we'll crash the game. Well, have a good one. Thanks, Russell. Look at my horse. Horse is amazing. Oh, right. I actually do just need the slingshot. I forgot about this spider.
And gotta be honest, I did not see the horse, on account of everything else kind of looking the same.
You've got a point. You've got a point. Ice Shredder is so funny. I love this glitch. Okay. Let's see what the wooden sword pickup looks like. Oh, dear. Oh, Link's house is very detailed, huh? Oof.
We have a question from audio. Is it the type of crash that makes a loud sound?
It'll make the Wii sound, yeah. It won't be any louder than any other crash, but you definitely might want to turn the game audio down a little bit right about now.
All right, thank you.
Not all the way down, though, please. It's funny. Just tell me when you're good to go. Yep, all right, cool. So I might need to take an attempt or two to actually do this. It's a little bit, because I haven't done it in a while. But, let's see. Oh, yeah, case in point. So let me just skip the cutscene as far as I can, and then save quit. This should be the save button. Okay, good. Listen, Ice Shredder is a whole other thing.
Uh-huh.
So the way that Mallow Crash works is when the kids are all standing down there, you're only supposed to be able to talk to Tallow and Beth, not Mallow. And so if I jump / Mallow from jumping off of the little platform here. He's gonna do his little like wow animation of like dodging the sword or getting hit by it or whatever, and that's gonna briefly make him talkable. And if you talk to him in that moment, the game crashes because it doesn't have any text files for him. Can I not? Hello? I'm a little confused, I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, it's been a long time since I did this crash. Oh, that looked a little different on the title screen there. That was interesting. I love the little like visual check of, have you stretched your screen correctly? It's like, I don't know, man. I really don't. Until they appear as squares. Well, boy. Okay, hold on. Let me just... There we go.
Yay.
Awesome.
All right. And yeah, that'll be all from me. It's time to go to bed. I'm going to turn the Wii off now. Oh my goodness. That was not the best run I've ever done, to say the least. But honestly, for a midnight run, I'm not upset. Like I said, I'm not a night owl. I've been falling asleep in my chair for the last 3 hours. I'm happy with this. I'm just glad I managed to pull off the crash in the end, honestly.
Good job.
But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed Ice Shredder. That glitch is so silly. It's safe to look again, by the way, for anybody like watching the stream with a side eye. You're fine. I love that glitch so much. I will let you know when I'm done tabulating all the other values for the D-pad presses.
Yes, I'm very interested.
Because I'm also very interested, but like I said, I couldn't find anything on it thus far, so, I'm just doing the work myself, which takes a while. Because every time you do a different setup, right, you have to keep... It takes like a minute to do. It's terrible. But yeah, okay. I think that's finally all from me. I shouldn't be back this event unless we need a backup run, in which case I might do one of those, but no way to know in advance. So for now, that'll be all from me as a runner, at least. I'll be in the hosting chair over there a little bit later on Friday, so that's fun. But for now, I have earned my rest.
Yes, you have.
Absolutely have. Thank you so much, DTail. That was a very entertaining run, very entertaining glitch showcase. Oh my goodness, I've never seen that before. So thank you very much. We're now going to set up for the next run, which will be Ty the Tasmanian Tiger 2 Bush Rescue by Your Everyday Speedrunner. Stay tuned.
Ooh.